good evening to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to Gibraltar on the southern tip of the continent, bordered by the Mediterranean Sea, wedged between Gibraltar, Spain and Morocco. And it's great to be here for another night of entertaining cricket. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with you for the European Cricket Network as we embark on night 4 of this 11-night series, the first event for the European Cricket Network in season 2022. And it's going to be a blockbuster clash tonight. Tarek are back, and they were 2-0 after the first night. We haven't seen them since opening night on Sunday, where they swept aside the Kalpe Giants in matches 1 and 2. They're here taking on the Pirates, who are yet to have a victory. They in fact lost both of their matches to the Giants on night 2. So on paper you'd say that Tarek would be firm favourites in this one, but we know this is T10 cricket. Anything can happen. You see the two teams there. The news from the toss is that the Pirates have won the toss and elected to bat first. They're going to open up with Kieran Ferrari, the captain and keeper. Louis Bruce, 16-year-old prodigy, will be up there as well. A couple of players which I think will want to do a little bit better tonight, including Ravi Panchal, who had a bit of an off night on Monday. So got some big hitters in there like Hasif Tarar and Adetayo Ataloye, former Nigerian international. So Pirates, good confident move for them to open up with the bat. But Tarek, they do have this kind of triple threat spin attack. It'll be Samir Nayak to open the bowling here, and you can expect to get an over out of Avinash Pai early. Also got Manav Nayak to bowl at some point during the innings as well. A couple of decent seam options as well with Michael Kelly, who I'm sure will get a couple of overs in there. And so yeah, looking forward to this contest, and thanks for joining us. Just a reminder, you can join us in the live chat as well as we get ready for the first ball. Samir Nayak is going to bowl it. Maybe just angling down the leg side. Ferrari just playing across that one slightly. And Nayak just very good bowling in the power play. You rarely see him going for big runs. Right on the money again, but this will be the first run of the night as Ferrari pushes to cover for the first one. I'll bring Louis Bruce on strike. I'll bring this man on strike next to me as well, my commentary partner for this night series, Joe Wigasani. Joe, welcome.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. Big hello to everybody out there, wherever you are tuning in from around the world. How exciting is it to be back here at the Europa Sports Complex, the southernmost tip of the European continent, where all the cricket's happening at the moment.
Bruce drives nicely. Maturity beyond his years. This man will turn 17 during this calendar year. Gets off the mark with a nice push to cover. Yeah, conditions today in Gibraltar, this early evening at least. It's 5:30 p.m. local, 16 degrees currently. Feels a bit warmer than that with the sunshine out. And not too much of a breeze at the moment. Just a light easterly breeze, which is wafting left to right on your screen. He pushes. For a run. Well, this could have been out. I see this from side on because he had to hustle back. It was improvisational work by Mark Cowles at cover. He was at cover eventually, or cover point, after he moved from slip. Half chance, but Tarek not giving much away, and that's what we've come to expect from the men in blue.
Yeah, 100%. This spin option and spin attack is very potent indeed.
Almost a return catch there. Didn't quite carry to Samir Nayak, but they do get another single. So just the 3 singles so far. And we'll say hello to a few people in the chat already. Adrian Dunbar, he's asking what's the ruling wearing spikes on the artificial field. Well, I can tell you it's a big no-no. Can't wear the metal spikes. Rubber ones are okay. And Charles Harrison has popped in. Nice to see you, Charles. How'd you pull up after last night? Also, we've got Ian Latin, who had twin 46s in last night's doubleheader. Tosses this one up. Bruce just horns this one down too long on for another single, and that's the end of the over. Pretty tight one from Tarek. It's 4 for no loss.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful to be here again, Vinny, and it'll be really interesting to see how the Pirates go, having had their first run the other night. We saw how the Kalpe Giants were all the better for it in their second outing, and it'll be good to see if the Pirates learned a few things.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the issue that they run into, the Pirates, is that they're playing a team that has also played a couple of games. So whereas the Giants came in against the Pirates having a couple of games under their belt and the Pirates hadn't, this time the Pirates don't really have that advantage because Tarek have also played 2 matches and they looked pretty strong, didn't they? This is something a little bit different because they normally have bowled spin the first 2 overs in their opening couple of contests. Well, they're going to go for Kelly straight away. And this is a guy that took 4 wickets off the first 4 balls of an innings not that long ago in the domestic competition. So, yeah, why not get him out there with a new ball?
Yeah, big challenge here for the young Louis Bruce. He'll be on strike as Kelly runs in.
That's good pace, but he's found the fielder. He just threw the bat at that, young Louis Bruce. And really, it could have gone anywhere. He's a bit unfortunate, but they're the risk you take when the ball goes in the air. Kelly has immediate success. Oh, he's a first ball specialist, Michael Kelly. He takes the first wicket of the night. It's 4 for 1.
Well, you live and you learn. Better to go out early than to stick around for dot balls, but yeah, he'll be regretting that one. The youngster.
He picked out a fielder, Samir Nayak, that doesn't drop too many catches as well.
That's right.
It just happened to get him at a fairly comfortable height, didn't he? But if it goes kind of either side of him, it's probably going to the boundary. So, Bruce, that's a couple of times he's been caught in the offside. Can't really blame the approach. I think he's just been a bit unlucky to pick out fielders a couple of times this series early on.
Unfortunate. Maybe a little bit missed times. Maybe if he'd hit that a little bit sweeter, it would have flown over Nayak's head. But
that's a good observation, Joe. It certainly wasn't out of the middle of the bat. It was off the outside, thick outside edge, I suppose. But it's Kelly. He's the magic man, isn't he? Early on, as Ravi Panchal comes out to bat at number 3. I'm sure Ravi would be keen to have a better night tonight. Didn't really work for him in his first outing for the Pirates, but nice confident start for him. Gets another single, but so far we've only had singles and we're now well into the second over. Short and pulled away. And they won't get a run here. That was
another Nayak.
Yeah, Manav Nayak's a really good fielder. We've talked about him several times. As we see Sam Houghton in the chat saying any room in that commentary box later on this evening. Oh, you never know, Sam. I'll say I'll be here tonight and tomorrow before I have to head off for ECL duties. Well, this is short, and this is going to be the first Maximo of the night. Big Maximo lifted over the leg side by Ferrari. It's been singles so far, but that one isn't a single. That is 6. And it was well picked up by the Pirates captain.
Yeah, he jumped on that just quick as a flash. Shorter ball, not too troubling at all for the big hitter. The speedy automobile.
Don't mind him trying that. We've seen the short ball effective on occasions when those shots have been mistimed, but that was sweetly struck. Oh, and then he gets carried away. Tries to do the same thing. This one was a little bit full and it wasn't there for that stroke.
And that's where you can let your previous shots run away with your imagination, Vinny. When you pull one so sweetly and then the next one, it's all you want to do again. Just wasn't the right ball for it.
Oh yeah, knocks him over. And that's the good, the bad and the ugly for Ferrari, who went 6. Slog and miss, but the third one crashes into middle stump, and Kelly's done it again. First and last balls of his over are wickets. Both openers removed in the second, and the score is 11 for 2.
Yeah, absolutely superb work by Kelly there, picking up 2 wickets in his first over. Really putting the Pirates on the back foot early on here. And that's the trouble for the Pirates. They are up against a pretty, what looks to be a pretty good team in Tarek.
Yeah, I think so.
And I certainly want to build a little bit more of a foundation here. This could get nasty pretty quickly, Vinny.
They need someone to stand up, really. And what I would say is, the openers are gone, but they haven't wasted too many balls, have they? There's still 48 deliveries. And what an inspired bit of captaincy from Avinash Pai. He himself normally bowls the second over, but he went for Kelly. And he certainly did the job. And Tarek, they've just been the form team, you'd have to say, this week so far. And they're sending a statement at the moment. And the pirate ship's in a bit of trouble. Who's going to try and get it back on course? Well, Looks like at the tail, Athaloya is going to be the new batter, but he will be at the non-striker's end as Ravi Panchal will face him in Ike and over number 3. Ike's just really nagging, isn't he? If you're going to go after him, you're going to have to take a definite risk, and you feel that with those 2 early wickets, the Pirates will be a little bit hesitant to take those kind of expansive risks.
Yeah, an absolute luxury for Avinash Pai to have Nayak able to bowl out now with those 2 wickets having gone and Kelly's over. Normally I think he's the kind of bowler that the captain would be thinking whether to hold him back to the end, but he can bowl him through now and really try to press home the advantage.
This is the last over of the power play, of course. Tossed up in the air, doesn't carry. See the fielder, but they do hustle through for a single. It's Tim Anderson does the fielding there, and they just get another single.
Yeah, we've seen this a little bit against Tarek. They can just really put the clampers on, and even if there are singles ticking over, just the pressure just builds up and up and up.
Slips in there as well. We've got that luxury of being attacking because he's been bowling very accurately. Nayak as this one beats the bat, and nice bit of work behind the stumps by Danny Guest. He's got his shiny head behind the stumps again. I hope he's put some sunscreen on it tonight. Oh, a change of pace. So you see, Nayak has got the ball on a string here, and he was player of the match in match 1 the other night, and he was very close to being match 2 as well, as Khaz just edged him out for it, but he's having a great series. Quick one again this time. Cut, but straight to point. The result will be a single.
See, I was happy to see Adaloya there play that on the offside. He was practicing that leg side shot.
Yeah.
Like it was the one that he should have been playing, but
I think now
he's adjusted.
It's not worth going after him now, I don't think, even though it's last ball of the power play. A bit short. This one's flat batted down to mid-on, and that is the end of the over. Panchal will retain the strike. Power play. Honours going to Tarek as they keep things pretty quiet. The Pirates are 14 for 2. See if they go back to Kelly or they use another option here, because I think they've just got so many options at their disposal. Why not go with Kelly while he's hot?
Yeah, I think that makes sense, doesn't it? And again, just what a luxury. Not only taking wickets, but just keeping that run rate right down. They can afford to roll with Kelly again.
Yep. So see if you can add to his 2 wickets that he has so far. He's on to Panchal. Drives him nicely down the ground, but the field's well set. And that's the other debate here. Now you can have 5 outfielders, but you see, do you go for it straight away? I think they're keeping an extra fielder on the circle. Why not? They have 4 outfielders at the moment. Oh wow, that's a lawyer. Only knows one way. Kelly, that was a bit straighter. Could have had a 3rd wicket here.
Yeah, he's unlucky here, Kelly. You could say a little bit of movement away, but just jumping the wrong way off the pitch. Oh, I'm just absolutely staggered by how stunning the weather is here again today, Vinny.
Such a beautiful day.
We'll get into that a bit more in a moment.
Big effort drive, not quite middled. Avinash Pai down the ground, who will do the fielding there. Also be interested to see who they use next over. Well, they'll be forced into 2 bowling changes now in overs 5 and 6. They've got Avinash Pai, they've got Manav Nayak. They'd be 2 options I would expect to see at the bowling crease. Just hit straight to mid-wicket. Oh, makes some hustle, and that's well backed out. Anderson. Yeah, no off-filler in the lineup for this match, who'd normally be one of their 5 bowling options, so they're going to have to go elsewhere. I'll be curious to see who they use. Yeah, I think that one could have been trouble. Pirates having to work very hard for their runs at the moment. Well, this is in the end, it's mistimed. And unfortunately for Athaloya, falls in no man's land, and it'll just be a single. That looked off the bat like it could go all the way, but just not the right contact.
I think everybody that mattered lost it in the sun on that occasion.
Yeah.
does start to set very low, just over this beautiful grandstand.
Luck plays such a big part. I mean, Louis Bruce hit a ball in the air, just happened to go straight to a fielder. That one could have easily fired low, yep, but it fell safely. Well, this is another one that's chipped up, and this time it's spilt by Matt Whelan, who was in the action there. It was a leading edge, and it just popped very comfortably, you'd have to say, to mid-off. It's a leading edge. And slid in, but couldn't hold onto the pill as we get to the end of the fourth over. And it's 19 for 2. That's a lawyer. Maybe it's his day, judging by those slices of luck. And just a reminder, you can join us in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. We love the interaction. Geez, we had some great chats last night as well. And I can see quite a few of the players in there as well. Ryan Gonzalez says good evening. Hello to you, Ryan. Hope you're going well. I hope you pulled up okay from last night. Showing Javand saying, go on, Gussie. And Rich Churchill is in there as well. Hello, Rich. Nice to see you. Making good use of your time. And Mohammed Rassal is in there. Adrian Dunbar, I mentioned him earlier. But yeah, no matter where you are around the world, we'd love for you to get involved in the live chat. Just go to the ECN YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And now we get our answer about who the fifth bowler will be. It's going to be Matthew Whelan, who gets an immediate chance to atone for that fielding error. This one, good length. Pulled away to mid-on. It's interesting, isn't it? Because when batters get in here, they're hard to stop, aren't they? Because it's a small field. I think the pitch is playing pretty well. We saw batters like Latin last night really getting going and going quick. Just be one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it'll be really interesting to who plays which role of these two batters. We know Adelaide came in at 3. He's a powerful hitter, but loves to play on the leg side. Ravi Panchal's an extremely experienced T10 player. I think he'll be taking the lead.
Yeah, well, gets a fair bit about on this, but it's well fielded. Yeah, Panchal is, yeah, I'd say in T10 cricket, he's considered more of a bowler. He does have a good technique, but I wouldn't say he's an out-and-out hitter. He normally, at the international level at least, you wouldn't see him batting in the top 6. But I think that's a lawyer. He is, let's just say, a bit more of a stroke maker first. See here, doesn't get too much length to work with. So I think that's lawyer is the one that's going to throw the bat no matter what. So I think Panchal has to be a bit more selective, because he certainly don't want to lose more wickets. But then again, look at the run rate; it's under 5 at the moment. So you need to make something happen, especially with 8 wickets in hand. Yeah, this one should be a boundary, as it wasn't a good delivery this time from Whelan. And Panchal gets a ball that he can stand up, sweep, and a welcome 4 runs for the Pirates.
Yeah, it certainly got what it deserved, that delivery, and that'll be something that Matty Whelan can obviously work on. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him bowl out his 2 as well. And this is just the luxury we're talking about. Manav Nayak hasn't bowled a ball yet.
Yeah. First game the other night, he bowled overs 8 and 10.
Yeah.
Got to say a quick hello to Egan Daniels as well. Got to mention that he's in the chat as well. And yeah, a lot of Costa del Sol players that we're getting involved, as we have made our way to the end of the 5th over, and the score is 27 for 2. And if you do have any questions, especially with ECL coming up, it's always a good chance to ask your questions. I know Sam Houghton was in the chat, and he'll be playing with Zagreb Sokol, the Croatian qualifiers in the ECL, which is the Champions League of indoor cricket of T10 cricket in Europe. Now, I actually think we might have one ball left, or do we? Yeah, just clarifying this. Yeah, so I was going to say that'll start on Monday. So how many sleeps is that? 5 more sleeps to go. It's going to be creeping up pretty quickly. Yeah, so here we go. Whelan does have to bowl one more. The score won't move, I fancy. Or will it? No, it will stay at 27 for 2 after 5 overs. Well, people asking me for my predictions on the ECL. How about you, Joe? Well, it's hard to predict, isn't it? But are there any teams that in particular that you're looking forward to seeing?
Yeah, it's super hard to predict, and especially since we haven't had it for 2 years, Vinny. So
yeah, 2.5 really.
2.5 years, yeah. I think the Tunbridge Wells are going to be a difficult prospect. Just depends on their T10 experience, really. And I always like to see the Dutch boys in there, VOC, crying out.
I mean, I'd like to see. I wish they were drawn in the same group, to be honest.
Crying out was super impressive. in the last first class season to take the honours.
Yeah. I think it's always this push and pull between players that are quote unquote more experienced or more play at a high level of traditional cricket versus those that are experienced in the T10 format. Miles Goodfellow gets the ball here in the middle of the innings. Pretty decent delivery to start off. Just driven away to cover for one. But I guess the only way we're going to settle this is on the field, and that's why I'm looking forward to 6 weeks of cricketing action starting Monday.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of narratives coming in and out of that whole series, no doubt. Really becoming a benchmark event for European cricket.
This is flicked away, but he's going to find the fielder. Just a single. Reynold Pillay is watching. Hello, Reynold. He's watching from South Africa. He's just watching this series for the first time today and wants to know what a pass score is. Well, I don't know. I'd be saying probably 100 to 110 in that region. What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, between 90 and 110, I think, is what we've been seeing. That's obviously a pretty big spectrum.
Yeah, had a high scoring second match last night, didn't we?
Yeah, and also the first time over 100 was chased down.
Yeah, and geez, it was even more than that though, wasn't it? As Bavaria chased down at the target of 127, they did it with 1.3 overs to spare. So I would say my gut feel tells me that par is about 105. I'm just going on instinct to that. Good fellow. Hasn't been punished yet. Just 3 singles off his first 3 deliveries. This time goes for it, finds the gap, and well, nice bit of fielding to pick that up.
Paddy Whelan again?
Yeah, he's in the action, isn't he? I think that actually might
West.
might be John West, who I'm sure we'll see with the bat a little bit later if he's required. But yeah, put the big left hand up there, got that cleanly. Yeah. Reynolds saying best field he's seen so far. Well, I can tell you this is a completely artificial turf field. First time we've had that on ECN. Goes for this, and he gets a fair piece of it. This one is lifted up over the leg side. Maximo! Well, that is Adebayo Atoloye, who hits this one. I don't know if that's the direction of Nigeria. I think that's the wrong way, but what I can tell you is he got plenty of it, and they're sorely needed runs for the Pirates at this stage.
Yeah, desperately needed 6 there from Atoloye. He likes it in that position, likes to hit it in that direction, that's for sure.
He just got enough of it, carried the boundary by about 2 or 3 metres. Hello to Selva Kumar Murugasamy as well. Great to see you in the chat, Selva. Great to have you back as part of the ECN community. Well, he wants more, but this time he could be in trouble. It's out towards the boundary, and it's taken. Really nice catch there.
Yeah, there he is.
In the shadows. And Manav Nayak, he's been a bit of a specialist on the boundary, particularly in that deep mid-wicket region in this series for Tarek, and he takes that one. And he didn't have his dad next to him this time to put him off. He is all alone out there. And well, Atoloye will be disappointed because he's picked out the only man out there on the leg side boundary square of the wicket.
Yeah, did not have to move a step there and watched it coolly and calmly and casually right into the mitts. Nice catching.
Yeah, it was a good catch because it sometimes can be a bit awkward when he's fielding in the shade of the grandstand there. The sun's going down slowly over that western grandstand to the right of screen, but yeah, he kept his eye on it and took it and then used his body to absorb the impact. And he will now get an opportunity with the ball as he's going to bowl over number 7, Manav Nayak. Again, he's another youngster, another teenager. Bowl mostly leg spinners, bowl the occasional offie just to mix it up. And he's another player, I'd say, with maturity beyond his years. Looking forward to some of the teenager battles tonight. Maybe at one stage we'll get Manav Nayak bowling to Louis Bruce, or maybe the reverse.
Yeah, and that's such an exciting prospect for Gibraltarian cricket, that they've got these wonderful facilities, got these clubs. There's a beautiful sense of community cricket spirit around the place, and these youngsters coming through the ranks. It bodes very well for the future as he just waits for all the fielding allocations to be completed. Just telling his dad to move around a little bit finer. Long off. Back so fine, he's gone over to long on. Swapping over with Michael Kelly. So the men out of the ring. Deep point, long on, long off. And a fine leg. So just the 4 fielders out.
Yeah. Well, I think we've got
Do we have a backward point?
Yeah, I think we do. We've got the point on the boundary as well, so they do have the 5 out. It's a little bit short. And this will be played out to Avinash Pai, the captain, out there in the position formerly held by the man who's bowling now, Manav Nayak. So I think Manav Nayak's 2 overs are going to be critical because he's going to bowl basically half the overs from here, and they still have Avinash Pai hasn't bowled at all. So I think that's probably what they're going to close out with. So still plenty of good bowling options for Tarek. More work for the captain. Takes this on 1 bounce. Just a single. This is
great arm as well.
This is Hatchman now, who enters the fray. We need some big hits from Rich Hatchman. Oh, they get one here from Panchal, who finds the gap. In fact, goes over the deep mid-wicket boundary once again. Maximo Ravi gets 6 more. That'll do his confidence the world of good.
He hit that absolutely beautifully. Just tossed up a little bit too full. Just came right down to it and hit it through the line. Certainly needed that. The Pirates, they are, I think they'll be happy for anything around about 80 at this stage.
This is a little bit short again. This time doesn't get hold of it. Simeon Nayak does the fielding. Makes about a hustle. They just get the single. Doesn't bowl that many bad balls. I know I'll probably bowl one now. I've said run of Nayak. Let's have a look. Right on the money again. That's always the difficulty as a leg spinner, to be able to have that accuracy and not give those freebies away. And that was in a perfect spot. Didn't know whether to go forward or back to that.
Yeah, same thing. And that level of consistency is absolutely beautiful to see in a youngster. And he's just landing on the money more often than not as that over comes to a close. After 7:46 for the loss of 3 wickets are the Pirates.
Yeah, so I was just saying 5 more sleeps until the ECL. And I'm really looking forward to Group A, but let's just pick out a group here. Group D. That's what we call in the group of death because it's got the defending champions VOC Rotterdam, MSC Frankfurt, who I think are a really good side. They've got Shahid Afridi Jr., Mini Boom Boom. Well, he's not very mini, he's huge. Adil Khan as well. Albi Zalmi, who have players like Rahul Khan, for example, like Azam Khalil, Austin Exiles, champions of Belgium, and you know how well Belgium did in the T10 in September, October. Surprisingly, Avinash Pai is bowling himself here.
Saving himself.
Yeah, just giving another opportunity.
So he might bowl 1 at the very end.
Yeah, he could do. Could do. Yeah, so they're going back to Matt Whelan. Gets another opportunity. A bit high for an LB. Well, they're going to take him on. And, well, I think that one could be out. Yeah, and he's gone. It was a quick bit of work. And, yeah, Danny Guest, he just springs out from behind those stumps. It was a perfect throw. Whelan does the rest. So Hatchman's got to go. He's run out for just 1 of 4 balls, and it's 47 for 4.
Yeah, that's all just reeking of desperation, I'm afraid, at this stage. Running up for a pretty non-eventful a leg bye that wasn't there, and just good quick work by Danny Guest.
Yeah, just never went far enough, did it? Away from the keeper.
Great work.
All about the early release there from Danny Guest. Good decision on the umpire as well. Umpire and crew. Well, we haven't talked about them that much, and that's normally a good thing. They've been outstanding this week, I have to say.
Sensational, absolutely.
And just going back to that Group D, I didn't mention yet Malta Super Kings, who, okay, Malta as an international team, not that high in the rankings, but that Super Kings is a bit of a star-studded lineup. Arun Prasath and Bikram Arora, players of that ilk. Panchal misses out on this one, and they eventually decide to go for the leg bye. They scramble through. New batter out there is Nadeem Hussain, the left-hander. Yeah, and then the other team, which I actually think they're in a bit of strife, because I don't know too much about them. It's Petersburg Sporting from Russia, and they're gonna find there's no easy games in that group. Remember, only 1 team from each group goes through to the 6th and final championship week, so Group D, that's what I'm really looking forward to. You see Rotterdam, they still hold the highest T10 score in ECN, 222 for no loss, scored in the final of ECL 19.
Yeah, that was some way to take the championship trophy, that's for sure.
Crazy. Crazy. And the first over, I think there were like 6 off it or something, or 7. It was single digits for sure. All right, well, Whelan's been pretty good here now. He's only conceded 9 off 9. This is in the air. Is it going to carry? It does. Oh, Samir Nayak. He just has a wonderful pair of hands, doesn't he? Summed that up really quickly. Yeah, you wondered if it would carry to him originally, but unfortunately for Nadeem Hussain, it's a golden duck as he is the second wicket to fall in this over, and the Pirates are 48 for 5.
Yeah, it's a wonderful pair of hands that take an absolute beating because he's always in a catching spot for a very good reason. Look how easily he took that. Always gives them a shake and a little bit of feeling in them.
Like son, like father.
Yeah.
You've seen Mani Nayak take a good catch, and now this time Samir Nayak just summed up where he had to be. I think one of the things with this artificial turf, it is such a true surface. I think you know your footing. You can get there pretty quickly.
Yeah, it does get a bit wet at night.
Yeah. If the dew comes in, that might be a different story. But at the moment, it's absolutely picture perfect. Your batter will be facing up as per the regulations on ECN. Nikhil Advani, who bowled really well the other night, I thought. He's going to have to do a job with the bat here. They're running out of time. 48 on the board with 14 balls remaining. People talk about the form of Scotty Edwards with the bat for the Netherlands against Afghanistan. He had a good series, didn't he?
He was great, yeah.
Lovely guy, Scotty. Terrible poker player. Good guy. Down the ground to mid wicket. This will just be one. So it's been nice work and inspired captaincy from Avinash Pai, who probably knows. Look, he'll feature prominently with the bat, so he's just doing his best to include a few more options in prominent roles. And we've seen Whelan getting his 2 overs, and he's certainly performed pretty well. Last ball of his spell coming up. No, it won't be. And that's one thing we haven't seen too much of from Tarek, as opposed to some of the other teams that have given away a bunch of what we call the avoidables, wide snowballs and buys. They've been pretty frugal, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's noticeable. That's how you win these games more often than not.
He comes down the track and hits it away for 4. Yeah, well, I think that time probably wasn't a no ball because he did come down and meet it. But still, nevertheless, Panchal makes the most of the extra delivery. And that also takes us to the end of the over. It's 54 for 5.
Yeah, did well to get onto that Panchal. It was moving away from him a little bit. He, like you said, just came down enough to not give the umpire cause to call that a no ball.
So, at least with 2 overs remaining. None of Nayak looks like he's going to get over number 9. Right, off his first over. They were able to get 9. We only had 1 double figure over in this innings, and it was Goodfellow in the 6th. Everything else in single digits, so that gives you an indication that
it's been tight.
Yeah, they haven't let him get away. And when you think of some of the batting they've got as well, you'd fancy them to make light work of whatever this target turns out to be. Still, 12 more deliveries for the Pirates to try and make something of this score.
Yeah, and Ravi Panchal's still out there.
Yeah, that's true. He's getting better the longer he's there, Ravi, as well.
Yeah.
Very popular figure on the ECN tour. Okay, it all happens in the 9th. That's a great delivery. A really good delivery from Nayak. Yes, really bites off this surface. You see that length. It's one that's tough to come forward to, tough to go back to. This one's pushed through flatter in the air, hanging a long time. Fielder comes around and takes an absolute screamer.
What a catch.
Well, Matt Whelan dropped an absolute sitter earlier in this innings. And this one, we needed those long legs.
Oh, he's made up for that.
It's been an inspired inclusion to this lineup, and he grabbed that one. Well, effectively, it looked like he grabbed it one hand, then he used the other one to clutch on to make sure it wasn't going to get away. Knight gets the wicket, and nothing working for the Pirates. 54 for 6.
Yeah, I hope we get a really good look at this. What an effort. Running in from his left, from the left. Yeah. Did really well, the big fella.
He dropped the easy one and caught the really difficult one, and that is just so ECN.
That's cricket, isn't it?
He was quite wide there at long off, and so he had to move a good 15 metres to his right, and he hits it at pace, but the backspin on that ball just made it hang in the air long enough to give him a shot.
And he had to jump as well. Yeah, didn't seem to be on the ground at all.
Yeah, great catch. So Advani, no luck from him. Have a look at this one more time. Just have a look at how he makes the ground and then kind of goes with the one hand. Great grab. Back to live action. The next one's down leg side and called wide. Rare. Extra. New batter. Now here now is James Stevenson. See him for the first time in the series. It's a bowl, but pretty good shot. You will find Samir Nayak, who's the father of one of Nayak, the bowler. And a deep mid wicket, that's just a single. And Stevenson gets off the mark. Nice shot. Reynolds asking who's with me tonight in the commentary box. It's Joe Wegasani, who's a bit of our night series specialist. Joe, and I know you'll be here after I have to head off in a couple of nights for ECL commitments.
Yeah, they don't often let me out before it's dark, Vinny, that's right.
This one's hit back really hard. One of Nayak just takes the sting out of it. It'll be a single. Nice shot by Panchal. But yes, Joe, I know that you're quite experienced with the night series. Having done a bit of Cyprus last year and Barcelona, of course.
That's right, yeah.
The night series is a really great addition when we've been able to put them on, and there's plans for more periodically throughout the year. And it's so different, isn't it, when you look at the first game and then the second game, because it gets dark really quickly here in Gibraltar.
Yeah, especially here. I think that's a good call, good observation, Vinny. In the previous ones, we've generally started in the dark, but here it's a different proposition, match to match.
Yes. Chips this down the ground. Should just be the single. Kelly will do the fielding. And yes, what can they do here? Maybe try and scrape to 70. They're going to have to rely on some really good bowling and probably some substandard batting, I think, to get out of this. The Pirates. This one just takes, I think, a little bit of pad down the leg side.
Going for
putting
it.
his body on the line there. I think the umpire says leg byes in the end, but it's nice to see everyone throwing themselves around. This is a interesting technique, but it's effective. Anyway, that's the end of the over, and it's 60 for 6 after 9, 1 over remaining. Let's see who gets it for Tarek.
Yeah, look, it's not a huge total by any stretch of the imagination, but to be honest, Pirates, they were really faltering. And they've had a little bit of stability there in the middle order with Ravi Panchal managing to build an innings. I know he's only faced a couple of balls, but I've quite liked the look of Stevenson. Seems to have a pure kind of
got a good eye,
hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, because it's not easy to play those kind of shots straight away.
Exactly.
Miles Goodfellow is going to bowl out, so Avinash Pai not being used with the ball in this match. And here comes 10th over action. Oh, there's a wide. Hey, Tamnick's got a good question about who's the most talented batter and bowler we've seen, but we'll get onto that. But I had to mention, while I think of it, Christian Rocker last night, the Rocker Gibraltar. We mentioned he got hit in the back of the leg by a ball, and we thought it must have just been the bruise. Yeah, bad corky, as we'd say. Just a bruise with the ball hitting the back of the leg as he was running between wickets. He then became the stationary fielder because they gambled on keeping him in the team. So he's fielding at third man and couldn't move at all. It turns out, and this is why I'm not a doctor, if you didn't know that already, he ended up actually pulling both hamstrings and getting hit by the ball in the same delivery, and that's why he could not move at all. So we thought it was just, it looked like a pretty nasty one when he got hit in the back of the leg just below the knee, or just maybe just above the knee. But yeah, he actually, I don't even know how you do this. He pulled both hamstrings while he was running that single, and he got sniped by the ball. Anyway, hope you're well.
Yeah.
A bit better.
Not to laugh at your misfortune there, Rocket, but we are
A bit better than Panchal, who just hits across what looks like a low full toss in the end. And he's going to have to go. Goodfellow coming up with the goods. He's got 2 for 11 now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they've got plenty of options, Tarek. And look at this, lucky number 7. Hits the target. Cross-batting one that's on the stump. 7 wickets down, 62 for 7.
Yeah, disappointing way for Ravi Panchal to go out. He was looking pretty decent, had his eye in, and this just dropped on him, didn't it? Really
Yeah.
wasn't necessarily a Yorker until it was about halfway down the pitch, and then it became one.
Yeah, I think, again, it's always just a risk if you misjudge the height and you're cross-batting. Probably more percentage player to go with a straight bat there down the ground, but more players feel like they can get a bit more power if they go to leg side, but they do risk missing the ball. So they've taken 7 wickets in this innings now, Tarek. But thinking of best players I've seen, I mean, there's a few names come to mind.
Kuldeep Lal.
Yeah, Kuldeep's a pretty good player, isn't he? This is edged away. Will the stop be made? It is. Just a single. Look, yeah, in Spain we've seen plenty of good players for sure. I mean, don't want to leave anyone out. Names that just come to mind. I mean, Scott Edwards was mentioned for sure. I mean, Max O'Dowd played in the ECL 19. Yeah. We know what he's been doing on the world stage now.
Powerful hitter, Max O'Dowd.
Yeah, and I think even we saw Gunnar Tar in Netherlands last year, who he had a pretty good series there. See another player with Mr. experience. 3 balls left. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, had the pleasure of being on the end of a Maxi O'Dowd 150 not out
chasing
last year.
Chasing that day.
No, he was setting the total.
Bowlers wise,
powerful hitting.
I've got to say that Mohamed Kamran doesn't always turn it on, but when he does, like he did in the Spanish Championship weekend last year, he was something else.
First ball as well.
One that you just love to watch. So strike 2. Stevenson. So yeah, he'd be one I would say. It's hard to say best. I mean, I think what we see is that when you play this volume of cricket, some players are going to have good days and bad days and days in between. But I have really enjoyed seeing literally thousands of players now taking part in the sport that we're all passionate about, and that's why there's nothing else like the European Cricket Network in the world. All right, last ball time, 63 on the board. Well, they'll get an extra couple for free here. Nice stop by Danny Guest down leg side. This will be 2 wides. So 65 with the ball to go. Yeah, Harrison Ward. Yeah, better put Harrison in there. Renal plate. Pitching Harrison Ward, who no one scored more runs in that tournament last year, the ECC. Maybe we'll discover another star or two that we haven't seen yet, because I know there's plenty of new players to ECN cricket coming up next week in the ECL. Nice little flat bat here. And he's going to take it on. They get 1. I think that's all they'll get. So you end on a pair of deuces here. 2 for Stevenson, 2 for Cunningham. Nice to see Richie Cunningham out there with the bat. And Pirates are going to finish, clickety-click, 66 for 7 off their 10 overs. And, well, what you would say is that was a pretty ruthless performance from Turek in the field, especially when they picked up those early wickets. They just weren't really able to put too much of a charge together, despite the efforts of players like Panchal with his 28. That's a lawyer while he was there, achieved 13. But apart from that, no one else really able to contribute a significant amount. And it was a nice positive move by the Pirates to win the toss and bat. And Ferrari sent that one out of the stadium. The only bright spot really early, as both the openers went cheaply. And it was Kelly doing the damage in the second over.
Yeah, brought him on, surprisingly, to bowl the second over, and immediately had an impact in Michael Kelly with that beautiful off-cutter, just breaching the defences of the opposing captain, Kieran Ferrari. And unfortunately for the Pirates, it just seems that if he goes early, it is leaving a little bit too few, like this man, Louis Bruce.
He could have had another one as well, couldn't he there? That was dropped by Whelan, but Whelan would make up for it later. Also got a bowl. They decided to try and get some more bowling, some more people. So it was good to see Whelan getting his 2 overs, Goodfellow getting his 2 overs, and some regular bowlers not even getting a go, like the captain Avinash Pai. But I mean, the main issue is just that there weren't enough boundaries in this innings to seriously mount a decent total. In fact, there were 3 sixes and only 2 fours in the innings, and they just didn't find the boundary often enough, did the Pirates.
No, that's absolutely right, and it is going to be a challenge for them indeed to try to defend such a small total. In the end, it was just pretty stock standard stuff by Tarek at the moment, and like you said, great to see players like Whelan get an opportunity. Some pretty good fielding as well by Tarek in the end. And
that didn't help, did it? That run out as Guest came out, quick underarm right next to the stumps. And that was the end of Rich Hatchman. And unfortunately, Fandeem Hussain, he had a Golden Globe. Excellent catch by Samir Naik. They just look pretty professional in what they're doing compared to some of the other sides. Tarek don't they look a cut above at the moment, but that one was a rare one that got away. But you just felt that they kind of suffocated the Pirates in this innings and weren't prepared to give them too much for free. Got to mention Manav Nayak, who is the young player that just continues to impress, and he was the beneficiary of this catch from Whelan. Oh, how about that? He was all arms and legs, and he certainly...
Cool as a cucumber as well.
He just said, no, that's how I do it. And he was a bit sheepish after the early drop. That one certainly made the most of it. Goodfellow came out in the last over, knocked over Panchal, who was the stalwart of the innings, facing 22 balls. But he was able to muster only 2 fours and a 6 in there on the way to 28. He'll be disappointed. I'm sure we'll see him with the ball before too long. Nice to see Stevenson and Hatchman at the crease doing their best to keep the total moving, but in the end it's a total which is exactly the lowest total posted this week. As you can see there, Panchal 28, Ataloya 13, no one else breaching double figures. Just the 5 wides in the innings, which I think is indicative of Tarek's ruthlessness, I think, with the ball. They don't give you too many freebies. And 7 wickets lost, it was hard. They just struggled to put a partnership together, didn't they? Panchal and Ataloya were the only partnership of note as they were able to put on 26. But apart from that was slim pickings. And with the bowling, well, Samir Nayak, he's the one that got it started off, to be honest. Didn't take a wicket, but only conceded 7, and he started the strangulation. The other bowlers were able to share in the wickets. Kelly with 2 for 12 was very important in removing the openers as well. 2 for 15. Goodfellow, nice performance from him, getting 2 overs. Whelan chipping in with a wicket, and that outstanding catch. And Manav Nayak 1 for 13. So really, no weak links, you'd have to say. And when you consider, you see there, they look like some big towers, but you see the top one is only 10. So they only had the one double figure over in the innings. That was over number 6 from Miles Goodfellow. So it'll be Tarek coming out when we return in just a few minutes for the chase. They'll be chasing 67 for the victory. Make sure that you keep going in the live chat. We love getting those contributions. Any comments and questions you've got, we would love to respond. But we'll see you in a few minutes' time. Until then, it's Vinny Sando, Mr. Maximo, along with Joe Begassani. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching it around the world. See you shortly for more ECN cricket. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10. Hello and welcome back to Gibraltar as the sun sets on another day. A new night of cricket is dawning. It's night 4 of 11. In just 1 week, we will know who is the champion of the first ECN tournament of the year, this FanCode European Cricket T10. And in this one, it's Turek, the team that won both their matches on night 1, taking on the Pirates, who are yet to taste victory in this series. And what's right up there with the best defences if Pirates are able to do this with only 66 runs on the board. It is Avinash Pai who's going to face the first ball for Turek. They need 67 for victory. And he looks like he's out there with Mark Gowes. And Gowes was man of the match in match 2 the other night with a half century. He's been in great form in the domestic competitions around these parts. But it is going to be Pai facing up first. And the bowler is young Louis Bruce, who's bowled very well so far. Gets good natural in-swing to the batters. And to have any chance, they're going to need to pick up a bunch of wickets up front, you feel, and remove these dangerous hitters. So it's great to have your company, no matter where you're watching from around the world. The chase is on. 67 for victory. Start by Bruce, but Pai's up to the task as he pushes that one out to the offside for a single. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me in the commentary box is Joe Regasani. And Joe, not too many runs on the board for the Pirates, but you know that they'll be giving a real fight as they attempt to defend this modest total.
Yeah, they certainly will, and these opening overs are going to be absolutely crucial, Vinny. Especially you feel what young Louis Bruce. I know we're giving him a big rap, but he's got a fair burden on his shoulders.
Full toss. Gowes goes with the movement. Protection down there, just a single. We might be able to get the guys to give us a shot of the grandstand because the sun is just setting over the western grandstand at the moment, and it's gives you an idea of what we're looking at here. It's really, really beautiful to see the sun just going down. Soon it'll be gone, and it does get dark reasonably quickly. There you go there over the western grandstand. You'll see the shadows all over the field now. Down the next side. And so we'll get a shot of that a bit later on as well, to give you an idea of how the landscape is changing here. And it certainly is a bit different. And what we have seen, actually, the dew can be a factor in the second match.
Yeah, it certainly can be. It's I've never been to a ground where the conditions change so dramatically between the day and night. There's that one veering down the leg side and just taken away off the pads, and it is the first boundary of this innings.
Yeah, so Bruce does get that natural in movement, but if he doesn't control it, then good players are going to make him pay. So there's a zero risk stroke really, because you get any bat on that, it's going to fly away. Once you beat that fine leg, it was always headed for the boundary. So Pai is a class act. Speaking of pulled hamstrings, we're talking about how Christian Rocker pulled both hamstrings running single and got hit by the ball in the same spot. But Pai, last time we saw him in ECN last year, he had a nasty hamstring injury. It's good to see him back. And it looks like full fitness. This time he just scrambles a single and will be a leg by. But you see that one boundary and over. It's all they need really to keep on top of this rate, which starts the innings at 6.7, and they've already got their quota in this first over.
Yeah, they don't have to do too much here, Turek. And I think for the Pirates, it's just about setting small targets, trying to keep them under 20 odd for the power play, that kind of thing.
Goes after this, but doesn't quite get it. The fielder is hunting it down, but he's going to have to watch that go. One bounce over the boundary. That is Cunningham, who had to just watch that ball sail over his head. If they had the mid-off back, he would have been in the game, but that's the name of the game in the power play. You can't have them all back. So Cowes, on the most sweetest of bits of timing, but he does get his first boundary. Last ball of the over from Bruce. Picks the bat, takes the pad, going down the leg side. Oh no, we might have some buzzers here. Just get the one as the throw came whistling in. Well, they're attacking because they do need wickets. That one costs them an extra. And the score at the end of one over, it's 14 for no loss.
Yeah, that's not the kind of over that they would have wanted to start with. 14 runs off it. But no, it wasn't too bad from Bruce, just veering a little bit down the leg side on the odd occasion. And of course having that one lifted over his head by Gowes. And Gowes is just looking in such great form at the moment. Beautiful 50 he made the other night.
So he'll get in the second over, and it looks to me like this is Nikhil Advani, who bowled really well the other night with his spin, and he actually bowled well in partnership with Bruce, and so he is going to bowl the second over. So I don't mind the mixture of pace and spin up front. They're going to have to try something. It's just going to be really difficult when you think of the batting they've got. They've got a really strong top 5 or 6, Tarek. So Advani well over number 2. Yeah, because he even felt, okay, if they lost 3 wickets this over, you'd still feel they're probably in the box seat to win this with the batting they've got. But still, the Pirates will be fighting. And for Pirates too. Pretty good start by Advani, but Pai, no dramas, pushes it down for a single.
Yeah, I think so. What do you think, Vinny, at this stage? So they have to go about a run a ball. It's just all about attacking, I think.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, you already have pretty much the field up because you only got 2 outfielders. So
yeah, but once power play's over, even.
Yeah, it's a good point. Quicker one, a little bit short, and this one is punished over deep forward square leg. Maximo! Nice shot by Mark Gowes, who's in good form in the last 7 days. He scored more runs than I'd scored in some seasons, and he had no problems with this one. Just a little bit short from Advani, and he pays the penalty.
Yeah, he's so good on the onside, isn't he? Anything short, he will get on top of fairly quickly.
Pitched up. Called a wide. Tight call. But you can see Gowes is really good. He's really selective as well with what he went after when we saw him the other night when he joined in match 2 on Sunday. Time punches it through the offside and literally through the fielder as if Tara. Well, there's no excuses on this surface. That one just ate him up, and the result's another boundary. And Tarek are up and away, 26 on the board in only the second over.
Yeah, and this is just what the Pirates don't want. You are defending a really small total, but just fight and fight and fight, tooth and nail, and not let any easy ones through. Disappointing for them. And Tara will be the most disappointed of the lot.
Gowes gets this off the inside half of the bat, gets one. What I like about Gowes' batting is that he plays the ball on its merit, so that the one before was on the offside. He hits it on the offside. He knows there's value there. He's not premeditating too much.
Yeah, he's got a fair bit of variation, that's for sure. Bit of diversity to his batting.
This one turns into a full toss. See the difference with Pai, who's happy to play it with a straight bat. And we have seen some batters, or most batters, trying to hit that ball square of the wicket and occasionally missing it. But I think Pai knows the game situation as well. He knows he doesn't have to be too fancy, especially with someone like Gowes at the other end. He's happy just to take the one. And back to the big man with 1 ball left in this second over. And this one, nice sharp bit of keeping by Kieran Ferrari, who's been excellent behind the stump so far in this series, but it will be called a wide.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're talking about, Vinny. His game awareness and situational awareness. Just to let the wide ones go, not even bother trying to chase after them. Sure, he probably could have got something onto that, but realizes he can pick up a free run and just face it all again.
We can look at that sunset while we're getting these stumps fixed up at the moment. We get the sun over there, just going down. You'll see it. It's the last we'll see of it now. I think we're just seeing the last of it, maybe after this ball. As Advani has one more. He's respected by Gowes, who will retain the strike with that single. That's 2 overs in the books, and Tarek are 30 for no loss. Also gives us a chance to say hello to a few people in the chat. Philippe Lima de Mello, always great to see you in the chat as well. He has been contributing, and nice to see William Danskin. And he had a good question. He said, "Evening, gentlemen." And his question is, compared to a normal rolled grass pitch, how does the AstroTurf affect the spin? Well, it's a good question. As we have a look at that's the seaside, although it's kind of surrounded by the sea, this part of the world. But you can see the lighthouse there. That's on the left of screen, and you can actually see Africa in the background if you look very, very carefully. That is Morocco, 23 k's across the water. And so it's crazy to think you can see one continent from another, but that's what you can do from this point in Gibraltar. So William was asking, how does the AstroTurf affect the spin? Look, typically AstroTurf pitches spin more. I think you can get more spin and bounce. As we see Punchal bowling over number 3. And the other thing I'd say about AstroTurf pitches, the newer they are, the more they spin, but it's a slightly slower spin because as this AstroTurf starts a bit longer before it's kind of trampled, and it's a process which takes months or even years for pitches to probably quicken up a little bit. But that would be my experience. One more point about that in a second. Punch-out, Louis nipping back, and we'll get another single. The other thing is that AstroTurf pitches, because they have a consistent, they're consistent. You don't get foot marks on them. You don't get cracks on them. You don't get the kind of variability. So I'd say that although you might not get as much pure spin on a turf wicket, I think that you do get a bit more variation in how the ball reacts, and that creates complexities for the batter.
Yeah, that's right, Vinny. It's a bit more consistent on the AstroTurf, that is for sure. I think we were having that discussion the other night. It's always perplexing when batters get yelled at for running on the wicket.
Yeah, we don't enforce that anymore, please. Beaten for bounce. Punchal, who often you will see him bowl in the first over. They've decided just to hold him back and let the game settle in a bit. He's an excellent fielder as well. Ravi Panchal's taken some outstanding catches on the European Cricket Network. Yeah, he does have an extra gear that most bowlers don't in this competition. Happy to take the one here, which really at the moment is all they need to do. They're halfway to the score already, not even out of the power play. And regardless of what happens over the next few overs, I think the Pirates, they're going to want to put in a better performance in the second half of this double header. News from the toss is that Tarek have won the toss in match 8, and they will be batting first, so they'll have another stint in the field, the Pirates. It's in the air, but this is going to be a chance. And two fielders collide, and Louis Bruce with the big arms, long arms, and he pouches it out of his mentor's hands, Louis Bruce. And I thought we were headed for a collision there, and I'm not actually sure who would have come off second best in the collision. One had the height, one had the width.
Yeah, I thought Cunningham had it for a second.
I thought so too, but Bruce, he is very, very skillful the way he put the hand in the way, but he just kind of withdrew his body. Look at this, as Pye just didn't get the timing here. And you see there, well, let's just say lucky they're not the same height, and we might have had a head clash. But regardless, Richard Cunningham, who has been a really big part of the development of Louis Bruce. So I think that they'll be all smiles after that as Tarek leads their first wicket, 33 for 1.
Yeah, great. Once again, Louis Bruce getting involved, and that is one thing you can say about the Pirates. They have a great camaraderie, great team spirit. And I think we're just happy there were no injuries involved in any of that.
Yes, well.
Dick Cunningham, he's had to take his jumper off after that one. It's got him all heated up.
An extra protection, though, if there was a collision. It'd be like a wombat running into
an emu.
A big giant stick insect. I don't know who comes off second best. Punchal gets the wicket, last ball of the power play. And it is let go by Danny Guest, and that is the end of 3, and it's 33 for 1.
Yeah, and super happy that Poncho got a wicket for his sake, because he bowled really well that over, only going for 3 runs, getting quite a lot of shape into the right-hander and off the pitch as well. As we have a look at the urban development chart comparison, you can see there that, well, they got some big investment at the start, did Tarek, but investment dried up in that third over.
Yeah, so
Ravi Punchal managing to make the breakthrough.
Yeah, good over by Punchal. I mean, he was quite expensive when we saw him on Monday night, but that's a really good over from him. 1 for 3, removing the dangerous pipe, but they need more of it, don't they? And, well, this is an interesting move as Richard Cunningham is going to bowl the 4th over. Does have the protection, the ability to have more outfielders, and certainly see 4 back at the moment, 3 back on the leg side and long off. He's going to be bowling to Mark Cowles. Can't reach this one. And Danny Guest says, yeah, we'll come through for 1. So that'll be 2 wides. And yeah, Cunningham's he's a cunning bowler. He just rolls them out, little off spinners, no line accuracy and variation. And now we're going to get the bald-on-bald battle that you've all been waiting for, as Cunningham's going to be bowling to Danny Guest. And no, they're not twins. Guest handles this one down to long on for a single. I don't know what Gales is going to make of this. Let's see if he goes large. So wide. It's kind of sucked into the shot, but it was wide of the indication line. I'll have to re-bowl that one. Certainly he's making an attempt not to get too straight to Gales. This one dips and turns into a low full toss. Gales just drags it to the leg side. Just one. Stevenson does the fielding.
I guess the plan here to Gales is to try to make him fetch those ones outside the off stump. Just hasn't been able to quite nail that channel yet. Richie Cunningham.
Yes, drives handsomely. This will just be one. This is also the difference between knowing how many you need to get. You know, I think that perhaps in this situation, if they're batting first, then probably more likely to take a few more risks. Yeah, Gales just a little under edge on this one. Attempted sweep. They get one here, so he's moved to 21, not out in pretty quick time.
Yeah, that certainly is a point where they can think about attacking Gales, the other teams. He does tend to have a bit of a swipe across the line and full of balls on his pads. Always an LBW chance.
And this is in the air, but it's not going to carry out to the man at deep point. So that will just be a single. Goes for this, and he hasn't quite got it. There's a chance for Hatchman, and he drops it. Well, that was straight down the throat of Hatchman. It was in the breadbasket. Oh, well, the bag ends up on the floor, and that's an expensive miss, really. Gales doesn't give you too much chance. He's been pretty patient, but Cunningham's plan to stay outside the off stump paid dividends. He dragged across it, and that's not one that Hatchman will want to see again. And also, it's the end of the fourth over, 42 for 1.
Yeah, super disappointing for the Pirates as we have a look at the European Cricket League table coming up, starting in just 5 sleeps time. Vinny's so excited. He's counting the sleeps, but he also can't sleep.
Look,
every night he's just sitting up, waiting for the hours to pass.
You know what I'm doing at night because we're probably out. But anyway, I'm going to throw another group in there. How about Group C with Carlton from Scotland, Brescia CC from Italy. Italian cricket's come a long way in a short time. Cluj, which has a bunch of the Romanian players from ECC. Prague CC Kings, likewise from the Czech Republic. Alton and the Turkish team, Zayn Bernu Zafer. So, yeah, that's another one. We'll look forward to them in week 3 starting February 21. But each group's got a different story, a different backstory. We've seen plenty of these players before in ECA and their domestic competition, so it's going to be great to see them playing each other. And just the sense of mateship and comradeship that you get between your club mates. It's always a bit of a different feel to when you're playing internationally, because these are the players you play with week in, week out at the grassroots level. Hatchman, punishment is to bowl the next over. And he gets this through. Nice bit of keeping by Ferrari as well. Yeah, it's called wide. It's a nice work by Ferrari, who's impressed me with the gloves. And maybe Hatchman needed his gloves last over because it was a catch that you'd expect him to take.
Yeah, he's just got to let that not sit in his head as he comes in to bowl the remainder of his first over.
Goes after this, but Panchal's going to swallow this up. He doesn't drop many, and he's not going to drop this, so Guest has to go. And Hatchman, he does get on the score sheet in the end. Guest just trying to force the issue. Didn't get this anywhere near the middle of the bat. It was elevated too high, and Panchal, he wasn't going to give this one up. Second wicket down, 44 for 2.
Yeah, just didn't quite time it correctly, and that's not the man that you want to be hitting a ball straight to. Ravi Panchal does not drop many of those. Also love his leadership on the field, really revving his team up. They are certainly staring down the barrel here, but it's not over until it's over. And here's another young man coming on who's been impressing us very much, of course. And he's Manav Nayak, who took a pretty good catch himself earlier today. He strolls out to try to see his Tarik 11 home.
Yeah, certainly plenty of options, don't they? And we haven't even seen Samir Nayak, who I think he's been the most consistent batter so far with his 2 knocks on Sunday night.
Yeah, 20 odd, 25 odd.
Yeah, and just does it quickly.
Yeah.
Seems to do it easily. Very good cricketer. Played a lot of cricket in the UAE as well, Samir Nayak. But yeah, they're going for youth. It's Manav Nayak comes out at number 4 tonight. Just pushes this, but won't get a run here. And yeah, maybe we'll see the Louis Bruce versus Manav Nayak.
We very well
the battle
might.
of the teenagers.
Yeah, it's all set up.
Yeah. Kind of ECN's version of the Sandlot kids. So Hatchman, he's really applied himself pretty well with the ball. And he just pushed it through. He's got reasonably good control. And so Nayak gets another opportunity. And leg side, it's a really good stop by Ferrari.
Yeah, not easy those ones, are they?
Your priority has to be just to block the ball. You're blindsided. Obviously, you want to put yourself in a position to be able to catch it, but I mean, number one priority is not let it pass you in that situation. So that's one that a lot of people won't notice. And that's a valuable stop by Ferrari. That's the risk of standing up to the stumps. Is do make life difficult for yourself for those ones that go behind the batter. And Nayak just leans on this one. Nice looking shot. He's off the mark. Hello to Nico Fernando, who's in the chat, watching from Italy, and I'm sure that he'll feature at some point on ECN during the year. I think he's playing in the Rome series also. I think we are planning to have another series in Bologna. It's a beautiful ground there. It's Pianoro Club, which has been developing that facility. That's where the Crocodiles are, if you remember from last year. We lost a lot of balls to the Crocodiles in Bologna. Also, the home of gelato. Joe?
Is it?
Yeah.
Bologna. I thought it was the home of Bolognese.
And I think if you go to some of the places, and my picture will be up on the wall at some of those gelato shops. It was famous by the Ents.
Yeah.
They're really good. This one's just one from Gals, who moves to 24. There's that one.
One of those ones you buy 10 in a week period, you get a free one kind of thing.
1.1 kilo. I said it was a family pack, but I mean a family can be one person. And I learned about the difference between gelato and ice cream. I won't go into it because probably won't have much time left in this game to talk about it, but maybe I should start a podcast.
I'm going to guess that one of them has dairy in it and the other doesn't.
It's just more about the temperatures that they keep them at. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I went into it a little bit.
Please subscribe. Last ball of the over. Lean nicely.
Nicely played.
Yeah, opens the face, but just get one here. I think the third man's a good position. And this takes us to the end of the fifth over. Tarik are cruising. 48 for 2.
What are we going to get? Punchel here. I think will be Ravi Punchel coming back on to bowl another over. He'll want to try and get another breakthrough.
No use holding anything back here, really. I mean, we have seen some funny things happening, particularly the Giants in their chase a couple of nights ago, where Sam Houghton bailed them out. But in that game against the Pirates bowled themselves back into that game. And so, yeah, you never know. Punchel would need to have an amazing... Well, next 2 overs, they can only afford probably 3 off each or something like that to at least keep them in the game. And of Nayak, it looks more like he just wants to accumulate and just nudge around so far. It's facing Punchel. See here, it's a bit more of a... It's called more of a passive shot.
Great experience for the youngster,
though.
Well,
it certainly is. I mean, I think you can get a little bit... at best, he's getting one with that shot. So I think he needs to stand up and back himself to play in front of the wicket. And then, okay, if he gets in trouble, then you can kind of lean on it and maybe deflect. I wouldn't be going for the deflect as the plan A, even to Punchel. And that's what I would have been going, but he's just beaten for pace.
Yeah.
Better approach, though.
Yeah,
I like to see him going for a more attacking stroke.
Yeah.
To succeed in this form of the game, I think that's what he's going to have to add to his game, Amon of Nayak. So yeah, he's a big boy. He can take that. That one copped him, I think, probably the forearm. The ball by Punchal, though. He's on song tonight after a bit of an off night the other night.
I think he can. Nayak Manav can expect 4 more of those.
Yep. So he goes upstairs, and this one will be one for the over, and it will be a wide. Might see this from side on as well. Did seem to be over the head, didn't it?
Well played in the end.
Yeah. Well, you got a good look at it. It was pretty short. And that's a good call from the umpire.
Except for the waving the bat above his head.
Yeah.
But no, it takes a lot.
You can still
stand there and face Ravi Panchal in this kind of mode.
You can still bowl short. He just has to make sure it's not over the shoulder. You can still bowl a good kind of chest high ball if you can control it. Instead, that's a big inducker. And it's good experience for Nayak, and this is how you get better. You know, he's got a lot of talent, but you know, a bowler like Ravi Panchal, who's got plenty of international experience for Spain. You know, and Panchal's keen to impress. You know, he's not taking things easy.
Yeah.
Especially after the other night where he didn't have a particularly good night.
But again, this great spirit that this series has been played in. Ravi Panchal giving him a slight little tap as he walked past. Well done.
Just tried to knock your head off, but
he survived.
Good to see you still here. This will be a good contest. Gals wants a piece of it, and he gets just a piece of it as it's edged. It goes past the keeper Ferrari. Can't do anything about it. That's a fortunate one for Gals, who gets 4, and with that shot, takes them 4 closer to this target.
Yeah, he's just in that kind of mood at the moment now, Gals. I think he just knows that with that Ravi Panchal bowling, if he can just get 1 or 2 boundaries off him, that will pretty much eliminate any prospect of a miracle happening here for the Pirates.
True. Oh, he knocks him over, and Panchal has been good tonight. What looks to be a losing cause, but you know, he's come to play, and he's worked over Gals there. He's got 2 wickets now, and Ravi, well, if he gets going with the bat and the ball, then the Pirates will be a force. It's the end of the Gals, who has been so selective, but that one, it was just a bit of a lazy shot, you'd have to say. Just wafts at it, comes in to him from outside the off stump, and he's removed, but not before a good innings, you have to say. He's set them up in this chase, 20 out of 17, and Tarek a 54 for 3.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, Vinny, we haven't really seen too much of the Tarek batting lineup at the tail end. Yeah. I know we're only 3 wickets in, but it'll be really interesting. Panchal's got 1 ball left. He's going to try and make this count.
Yeah, that's right. But I mean, I look at some of the batting they've still got. They've got John West, they've got Samir Nayak. This is what makes them so dangerous.
Yeah, John West is a very dangerous proposition, isn't he?
It looks like an aeroplane coming in.
Yeah,
and they apparently have 3 flights a day at the airport.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've got an interesting little factoid for you in a second. I might as well tell you now. The airport, because there's not so many flights, which I'll tell you after this ball, as Tim Anderson gets the bat. Don't get too much behind that. But anyway, it's the end of the 6th over. 54 for 3. Yeah, so the runway of the airport actually is just a road, basically, that people can walk across all day. A bit like a railway crossing, if you like.
And it intersects the main road coming across the border, doesn't it?
Yeah. We'll come back to that in a second, but you can see that these 2 teams, they will be meeting again in match 8. This game will start in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Tarek won the toss. They've elected to bat, so expect to see Avinash Pai and Gals up the top. I think we'll probably see Samir Nayak batting a bit higher as well in the second game. And as for the Pirates, well, they're going to have to get some early wickets, and Panchal could be the key to that. He's bowling a lot better tonight, so join us for that in just over half an hour's time as I go back to Richard Cunningham. Tosses this one up outside off, and Monday Nayak gets 1. Yeah, so they basically just have to... Oh, no, this could be out.
Oh, no.
Oh, side on will be an interesting one here. Well, let's have a look. And the issue here is if the ball's dead. Yeah, well, he's definitely stepped out. I think that's out. Yeah, let's have a look if we've got that from side on, because he steps out the way. But, well, it's a tough one.
I think they'll probably end up holding the appeal. But yeah, he's gonna be run out. It was one of those ones. It's just a bit of a brain fade, really. I don't know if he was stepping out the way because the ball was coming in, and you are allowed to do that to evade the ball once you've made your crease. But I think it's always dangerous when you leave the kind of plane of the line. So yeah, Anderson's going to get run out there. So it's a bit of a needless wicket. Feel sorry for him in a way, but he has to go for a duck. And after that, Tariq got 55 for 4. That's a typical ECN dismissal, really.
Had to happen eventually this year round.
Yeah, it's a shame for Anderson. And so
Keep working out, boys. Keep working
we've
out.
got a new batter at the crease now. Who will be facing up, of course. But yeah, I just mentioning the airport. Yeah, so they basically block off the runway, the sides every time. So you have to wait for the plane to land, and then they'll open it up, and you can walk across it again. I know, and we drive across it, don't we, on the way here? So it's very strange. If you've just joined us, yeah, we're actually staying in the southernmost point of Andalusia in Spain. So we actually come across the border to the complex every day. And Gibraltar, it's only about 5 kilometres long.
Yep, and
6.5 square kilometres.
And today, me and Maxi Hooks, one of the other ECN crew, went for a big walk up on the Spanish side, up onto the hill.
Had a good look.
Able to look down upon the whole thing, upon the big rock, the airstrip. Sensational.
Yeah, you've got the big rock in the background, which you can't see at the moment because it's behind our main camera. But well, I've never seen a bigger rock. That's for sure. It deserves its place in as the idiom.
Iconography. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I've seen a bigger one.
The Earth?
There is a bigger one.
The Earth?
Yeah, Uluru.
Is Uluru bigger? Yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
Only seen it in postcards. There you go. Cunningham's going to get down. Well, we could have a run out here. Oh, he's going to have to hustle. Oh, this might be out as well.
Asking it.
Oh, this will be one we have to see from side on because it did whistle pretty quickly to the keeper. And it could be out here. I think they seem pretty confident in the fielding side.
What a turn of events here, Vinny, but this is the case.
Yeah, and this is Samir Nayak and Manav Nayak batting together. So let's see if we can get this one from side on because, I mean, here you see they decide to go. Samir has to go quickly.
There's Manav making the call.
I feel like he's just home. Yeah, I mean, we'll slow this as much as possible here for you. Well, it's certainly a close one. Oh.
Yes, home.
I think he's just home. Yeah. Samir's done well there, and geez, I'd love to be a fly on the wall of this conversation between father and son. And who knows?
Feeling the Manav is in the driving seat at the moment.
Manav might be walking home if he runs out his dad. That's very dangerous territory. Anyway, it does take us halfway through this over. So it's 57 for 4. Maybe that one could be 57 for 4. 10 required for victory. Oh, Cunningham, full toss, and this is flat batted. It's going to be 4. Found the gap square of the wicket. Oh, he survives, and now he thrives. And Samir Nayak, well, he's a boundary hitting machine. Yeah. And he's got that kind of, he's got the technical competence, but he's also got that gear that he can go to in this form of the game. Although this one was a bit of a loose delivery from Cunningham.
Yeah, he's been there and done that, hasn't he, Samir? Back to live action.
Well, this one could be the end of the game, or will it be? Oh, and Panchal gets around it. I think at the end, he just ran around a bit too far. He could have possibly got there on the full, but I think in the end it's all academic. But still, Ravi Panchal, dangerous fielder. Thought off the bat, if that carries the boundary, that's the end of the game, but the game stays alive.
Yeah, well, plenty of cricket left, like Panchal's been shouting to his teammates, encouragingly. He is going to do everything to make this go as long as it can. Give themselves a chance right to the end.
Yeah, this one just grabs the shoulder of the bat. It'll just be 1. Takes us to the end of the 7. And the score is 63 for 4. Now, another thing is that we are launching from this year on the ECN is this. It's called the Bat versus Ball Wall. Okay, Joe, and you'll be seeing more of this. And I don't know if we've got the one yet for match 8 that we can put up. But yeah, the Bat versus Ball Wall. It's got a bit of information about the two teams, but it's basically the robot, the supercomputer in the ECN labs. They crunch some numbers and they tell you what they think is going to happen. So this is what they think is going to happen. And of course, it's in the future, so we don't know. But it has Turek only making 97 in their first innings versus Pirates in match 8, 97 off 79. That's significantly lower than their average runs for, which is 117. Doesn't include this match, of course, because they're playing. Yeah, that's the bat versus ball walk. Keep an eye on it, and let's see. Do you agree with that, or do you think it's a little bit generous to one team or the other? Let us know in the chat. Bat versus ball walk premiering here on the European Cricket Network. As this one is not off the middle of the bat once again. Manav Nayak, who still there, I suppose, but he hasn't quite struck the ball very cleanly tonight as yet. You feel like this will be the last over, the way things are going. Only 3 runs required for victory now. This one will be game over. Down the ground, it's nailed. Maximo. Game, set, match. Samir Nayak. Well, he hits those for fun, doesn't he? And this time he does get the distance. You see, he just clears the front leg and absolutely whacks it down the ground. So they're going to win this game with 2.4 overs to spare. 70 off 7.2, defeating the Pirates 66. And the Nayaks walk off. All's well that ends well. But let us know what you think about that. Bat versus ball wall. If you think Tarek will crack the ton in the next match, which will start in approximately half an hour from now, as we have a look at this defence of 66. And in the end, look, it just wasn't really enough runs. They had some bright spots for sure, the Pirates, but they just didn't really have the competitive score they needed. And Gals was out there in really good form at the moment. Avinash Pai as well. We know that he's a dangerous player. It's a little bit of loose stuff early, you'd have to say, when the sun was still up. But I suppose the issue was there was just very little pressure on Tarek, very little scoreboard pressure at least. And that didn't help either. That one got through Asif Tarar. And Panchal, though, he was a shining light. He had a good game, didn't he? When you put it with his batting. And on that one, we were fortunate not to have a decapitation between Bruce and Cunningham. And we saw Cunningham, yeah, he bowled pretty well as well. He's just unfortunate that that one went down. As Hatchman, unfortunately, wasn't able to grab that one. But there would be some bright spots for the Pirates. Hatchman coming back himself, taking that wicket, held by Ravi Panchal, who was trying to fire up the Pirates, saying, come on, guys, there's lots of cricket left in the night, and that is true. And Panchal gave the youngster something he could sniff, Manav Nayak. And just rushing the youngster a couple of times. I think it'll be a good experience for him. Carl's got a bit lucky and just eventually ran out of a bit of patience, to be honest, to Panchal, who got one through him. But by then, you feel that Tarek were very, very much in the box seat for this one. Well bowled by Panchal, though. He can hold his head high. And then there was this moment. We saw some Latin dancing last night from Ian Latin. That one looked a bit of square dancing from Tim Anderson, who just sidestepped out of his crease for no particular reason. He was run out for a duck. And then there was this moment where the Nayaks father-son combination almost with a run out, but Samir, good technique, as noted by Luke Belgium in the chat, running the bat in, and just got home. And from there, it wasn't long before this game was going to be over. And a powerful arm from Avinash Pai from the crowd. Samir Nayak said, well, that's about enough. And Big Maximo, dad flexing his muscles there. And youngster, Manav Nayak, the best seat in the house. There's Louis Bruce and Manav Nayak. Maybe we'll see them tussling bat versus ball in the second half of this one, which will start in approximately half an hour. Make sure you join us. Should be a very interesting second and final match of the evening. There's the scorecard. Mark House, 28 off 17, top scoring. And has had a few batters chipping in along the way. Pai with 8, Guest with 3. Nayak Jr., 7 not out. And then Samir Nayak, who I think we'll see batting in the number 3 position, to be honest, or perhaps even opening second game, because he is someone that will enjoy a bit more time at the crease. With the ball, well, Ravi Panchal actually takes the player of the match game in a losing side for his 2 for 9, as well as his top score of 28 in the first innings. He didn't have a lot of help tonight from the Pirates, though, you'd have to say, although I did like the work of Cunningham, who tried hard, 2 overs for 18. Hatchman 1 for 6. as well. Chipped in with a pretty good over. There. Fairly academic that Turek were going to knock those runs down. And so you see the first 2 overs really setting up the chase with 30 off them, and they just cruise to victory. So we're going to leave you now on behalf of Joe Begasani, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. We'll see you in about 25 minutes for match 2. Match 8 of the tournament is on the way. Check out more information. Go to our website, europeancricket.com. Until then, you're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the FanCode European Cricket T10.
and hello, good evening, good day, good morning, wherever you're listening or watching from around the world. Welcome to the Europa Sports Complex here in Gibraltar. I'm Joe Agasani, and we're here to bring you match 2 of tonight's double header between Tarek and the Pirates. You would have just seen a bunch of very spectacular footage showing the highlights of where we are, the very southernmost tip of the European continent, a little sliver of land protruding out between the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, just jutting out towards the northern tip of Africa, which on a clear day like today has been, you can see very easily across the water. That's all behind us now, however, as the sun has descended. We've got a tiny sliver of a moon in the air, in the sky, and we have got some cricket to bring to you. It is once again Tarek versus the Pirates. Tarek won the toss this time and they've decided to bat, so they will be out there with a chance to rack up as many runs as they can. I don't think the net run rate will be a worry for Tarek as they sit comfortably at the top of the table. But nonetheless, they'll want to be consolidating on their good form so far. So we're about ready to go. It's going to be Ravi Panchal. He bowled beautifully in the last match. And he'll be bowling to the non-hirsute form of Daniel Guest. He'll be looking for some runs after not really succeeding very well in the previous match. So Panchal in, we're ready to play. Let's do some cricket. So short and outside off and attempts Guest into a back foot slash. And all he does is affect the ball whizzing past his bat and safely into the gloves of the keeper. Kieran Ferrari, that is, behind the stumps for the Pirates. Ravi Panchal, he has really been bowling very nicely tonight. Been doing everything nicely. Made some runs, 20 odd. Was the anchor in the Pirates' last innings. Here he is now. So that one's straighter, and it's just been dragged away on the onside. And Daniel Guest sets off for a single, but he's sent back. And despite the best efforts of the fielder running in from the mid-wicket region, Danny Guest gets back in time. A big hello to everybody out there on the chat, of course, on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network. Got the usual suspects in there. Luke Belgium, big hello to you as always, keeping us apprised of all the little details that we love so much about this game. And this one, straight one again from Panchal, veering onto the leg side. And Danny Guest unable to get it away. A dot. In fact, 3 dots to start the innings, which is not a very common occurrence in T10. And a good positive start for the Pirates. Panchal in again now. This one a full ball again, just using that natural swing into the right-hander. Not quite getting the line where he'd want it. And Guest just squeezes it out to the offside and sets off for the first run of the innings. And it's such a lovely spirit of camaraderie. This game is played between all the teams involved. There's real community feel to the Europa Sports Complex and the cricketing clubs that are now setting off on their Gibraltarian cricketing experience. First cricket here in 5 years we've seen this week. One short, and he's gone after it and he's lifted it over the infield, utilising the fact that there aren't not many fielders outside the ring. But what is outside the ring is the ball, because that has been lifted up and smacked away to the boundary for 4 big runs. And of course is Samir Nayak. You've seen he and his son both performing admirably for Tarek so far. That one's wide outside off and let go, thinking it might be called a wide, and it has been called as such. The umpire says that was a wide. And this is how much I love cricket. Robbie Punchell just making sure he was looking at that. And he's just got some technical, the highest piece of technology, a bit of Velcro on our system as Punchell comes in. And that one attempts the cross-batted swipe. Could have done with a bit more thought into where the ball might have gone, but that's the end of the first over. Very good stuff from Punchell, but nonetheless, there was a boundary hit to Tarek, a 6 for the loss of no wicket after one, and welcoming back into the commentary position is the man himself, the man, the myth, the legend, Miss Maximo Vinny Sando.
Well, there's plenty of legends out on the field tonight, I have to say. Getting to know the Gibraltarian scene a bit better every night. Of course, heavy flavouring of the Costa del Sol club from southern Spain that we saw finish runner-up in the Spanish Championship weekend last year, including Samir Nayak, who I'm really happy to see get an opportunity at the top of the order here. You can probably see Pye drop down to 3, opening with Guest as well, but Guest he hasn't quite got going yet. He's facing Rich Hatchman.
Yeah, that's a full ball, and he looked to drive, but realised it was coming in a bit quicker than he expected. And Guest gets the bat down in time.
But you know, Samir Nayak, he's come in situations where either they've needed quick runs, or it's towards the end of a game, or it's just after a wicket's fallen. He's got a clean slate to work with here. So I'm really curious to see if he can go on with it and get a really big score. And I like the contest between him and Panchal as well. It's a high quality contest, and they're the kind of bat versus ball contests that we like watching with interest.
Yeah, absolutely right. Great battle in front of us there as Hatchman comes in. And that one is drivable, and it's been driven up, and away, and hit the scoreboard. That's right.
Wow.
Daniel Gass has said, I'm going to go tell the scoreboard myself how much to put on. 6 big ones all the way over, and that is a great way for him to get going.
Well, you want to talk about scoreboard pressure? That is putting pressure on the scoreboard literally, because that has whacked into the scoreboard on the full. What a shot by Guest.
Yeah, just 2 full and wide there, and in the same region, a little bit straighter, but he's driven nicely on the ground, deflects off the fielder, and runs across for another boundary.
Yeah, that's Peters at mid-off, who tried to get behind that one, but it found a little chink in the armour, didn't it? You see here. Yeah, just did the right thing, try to get down, get everything behind it, but yeah, unfortunately for Pirates, it's another boundary.
Need to cut this time to a shorter ball. Just goes past him before he can get anything onto it. So that is a very important dot.
Yeah, they need something, don't they? And Guest took a while to get going, but 6 and 4. He's up above that runner ball pace. You can see that the bat versus ball wall didn't have Tarek crunching 100, had him just below it. So let's see if that prediction pans out.
This one is a little bit slow, a little bit of pace taken off, but it's just whipped away to the onside, fielded at very backward square leg. And they scamper through for 1.
Yeah, so now it's Hatchman versus Nayak, and they've thrown a couple of their gun bowlers up front. They've still got Louis Bruce to come, but I think they know the importance of trying to get off to a good start in this game, the Pirates. And that's why Panchal, who was player of the match in a losing cause back in match 7, he got the first one. And they know they need to remove these top order players for Tarek. Last ball of the over.
So short and pulled away, got on top of it, but it's gone up in the air. Big sky catch, but none of the fielders want to commit to diving or crawling or scraping their way towards it as it fell in no man's land.
He just gave up the goal a bit quickly there. I think that's Aaron Purushottam, who's into the lineup. And didn't make a play on it in the end. So Nayak survives a close call. It's the end of the over. And the score is 17 for no loss. Look at the table, and you see that Tarek once again they're top of the tree after that win, so they can go to 8 points if they can win this one. They're yet to lose in this series. Bavaria, the other undefeated team. Louis Bruce getting over number 3, so they get the big 3 seamers up front. And this will be an interesting contest. Bit of a age gap, I think, between these two. But it will be Louis Bruce bowling the last over of the power play.
Right, Bruce in now. And that's 2 full, and it's whipped away. Daniel Guess up to the task of getting some battle to that and taking it all the way to the fence for another 4.
Yeah, it's called no ball as well. It was a full delivery, angle in at the body. Maybe from side on we'll get a look at this one because, yeah, it's costly because it means a free hit's coming up. Let's just look at the way he plays this one. Yeah, I don't mind that as a call. He's up on his tiptoes. I think anything, the benefit of the doubt goes to the batter in these ones. See here.
Yeah, came out high, didn't it?
It's a fair call.
Tall lad.
This will be probably the best look at it. Yeah, I mean, you can argue maybe that's not above the waist, but I think the umpires are trained, and so they should be, to be quite harsh on those full deliveries. So, Bruce, free hit.
And he has absolutely spanked that. That has gone the furthest we've seen any shot so far in this series. That has gone all the way back to Spain. Daniel Guess goes whack. 6 big ones.
Well, I hope the Border Patrol are wearing helmets tonight because that's in that direction. And not often you hit a ball out of one country and it lands in another, but that's almost what's happened here. That is the biggest hit we've seen all week, no doubt about it. And we haven't lost too many balls, but that one is not coming back because that one's rock-bound, Joel.
Yeah, that's gone to live with the monkeys up on the top of the rock. That is for sure.
That was a monkey killer, you're right. Yeah. But I'd laugh if one comes back. Very polite monkey comes back with the ball. What is the story with the monkeys on the rock? Because you just don't get monkeys.
Yeah.
They're monkeys that can swim, or what's
they're the only monkeys on the European continent. And they're called Burberry monkeys. They come from the north of Africa back in the day when all that water in front of us was not water.
So someone's brought them across. Is that what's happened?
No, it was land.
Oh, so back when there was no water between. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
You're always good for those kind of informational insights.
Information, yeah.
Well, how's Bruce going to take that?
Well, he puts one a little bit further outside off. Not so full, and it is just tucked away by a point for a single.
Geez, that was hit hard, wasn't it? Just going back the one before.
He's obviously a big, strong fella.
I mean, it's the biggest 6 we've seen by about 25 metres. I mean, no one knows where it landed. That's the thing. That's there's a road there as well, but luckily it went well over the road. That was rock and roll time.
So good response again here from Bruce, digging in a bit shorter, trying to pop it up into the armpits of Nyack, who is more than up to just tucking away, and it's setting off for a casual 1.
That was all brought about by the first ball being called no ball, which made the next one a free hit, so guessed.
Yeah.
What I liked about it, though, is he hit it correctly. I think sometimes you see players just swinging as hard as possible and they lose their timing, but
it was a pure shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Shot of the tournament so far.
So Bruce in time. It seems to be trying to york him, just didn't quite get it right.
You do see this a bit though, we saw it with Ferrari before, where you hit a big one and then you start to feel like, okay, you need to hit everything.
Yeah.
So I think Guest made up his mind, he wanted that one too. But it's going to be exciting while he's there. A shiny headed opening batter for Tarek.
So looks like he might have got an edge. Did he? No.
Just seam movement, I think.
Just it is, isn't it? It's popping off the seam, back in at the right hander.
Yeah, and this is what Bruce is going to want to work on with this seam, is to make sure that he's getting that seam position right, so that hitting more often than not. This definitely decks back. Good take by Ferrari.
He's a tall lad, and he will generate more pace as he gets older. And it's really his money ball, that one. Digging in short, but not this time. That has been lifted up again. Right up in the air. That's bringing down rain. And the best fielder on the field. Oh. Well, Ravi Panchal put himself under it, and it came down with interest. I'll tell you what. We saw one ball, Daniel Guess here, go further than we've ever seen, and that one went higher than we've ever seen.
Yeah, that was probably hit just as hard, but this time he got the angles wrong. It's gone so high off the middle of the bat. Panchal, well, he knew that he was the man that had to take it. And actually, he gets most of this. Look at that. And makes the adjustment last minute. And just wasn't in the middle of the hands. But excellent effort from Ravi Panchal. Still, that's a big moment in this game as Guest gets a life on 22. It's the end of the third over. And the score is 32 for no loss.
Yeah, they really could have done with that one. As we say a big hello in the chat to all those of you around the world. Kitty Unley's joined us. Hello, everyone, she says. Well, a big hello to you, Kitty. Always lovely to see your contributions. New paradigms in there. And Phil G, another regular. Very good evening to you, Phil. As we have a look at the urban development chart. You can see that they started with a little hut and decided to start working towards the skyscrapers. So it will be up to Ataloya now for the Pirates to try to stymie that development.
Yeah, Ataloya gets a chance with the ball. I guess been very much hit or miss so far, hasn't he? But you know, he's got a license to be as attacking as you like. Because you think of some of the batting they've got to come. Avinash Pai, probably see him at 3. You got Manav Nayak as well, of course. He's been batting with High John West, another one we haven't seen tonight.
This one dropped in short and pulled away. It's not going to make it to the rope though, because there is Hatchman out there.
Yeah, but you
the
think
region.
of some of the half chances that haven't been taken. You know, one that Purushottam couldn't quite get to. That one from Panchal. I need something to go their way, the Pirates.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Vinny. This one is popped up in the air, and the keeper took his glove off for some reason as he was running towards it.
I think that was a bit of it. Either glove or inside edge onto pad and just popped up. He took his glove off looking for maybe a run out, but the batters were never taking it on.
He gets a nice loopy one. It's pulled short though and pulled away behind square. And Daniel Guest says, I will welcome myself to that.
It's a nice bit of footwork because look at the way he gets across inside this and he opens up that leg side. He jumps across, just picks up the line of the ball, and look at the way he gets that back foot actually ends up in front of middle and off, and it just allows him to get that ball outside his hip. He had plenty of time to swivel on it. Nice shot by Guest, who's looking dangerous here in match 8 of this FanCode European Cricket T10.
Lawyer, you can see that dew is once again a factor tonight. Not as bad as it has been in previous nights. He loops that one wide outside off, takes a bit of turn off the deck as well. Umpire looks at it.
Yeah,
says that's absolutely fine.
Guest kind of knew if he goes for this, he's probably likely to pop it up in the air, so he's going to wait for another one. Probably a good decision in the end.
Well, this one, time he gets down low and sweeps it around. There is a man behind square, fairly in, who, despite his errant throw, does not concede any more than just the one.
Yeah, apart from that one ball that hit the boundary, it's been a pretty good over from Ataloya, but not out of it yet. One ball to come. After ball to Simeon Nayak.
Well, Simeon Nayak does down the pitch to it, gets down low, completely mistimes it. And that brings the fourth over to a close 38 for nothing. The Tariq 11.
Just didn't quite get the timing right on that one, Simeon Nayak. Sometimes it is the case for slower bowlers. 4 overs down, 38 for no loss. And then you have a look at they're going 9.5 and over at the moment, so that would translate to a score of 95. And I know that our bat versus ball wall, which is something that it's just been introduced recently, I had them on target for 97, so we thought it was a bit low, but at the moment looks pretty spot on. And tell us what you think about that. It's predicting a 97 to 79 win for Tariq over the Pirates. And it's indicative of the fact that the Pirates, they just haven't scored enough runs, have they, in this series so far. So let us know what your thoughts are. And actually, that was before the last match was completed. So now the teams are on streaks. 3 wins for Tariq and 3 losses for Pirate. Can they break the curse? Here's Bruce.
Well, Bruce digs one in and tails it back into the right-hander.
Yeah, I'm Rio in the chat. Hello to you. Asking, is it a rugby ground? Well, it's a multi-purpose facility, and it's like the Rolls Royce of sporting facilities, really, isn't it? You got football, rugby, cricket. There's darts. There's an outdoor practice area. There's an indoor practice area for cricket. All AstroTurf. There's snooker. Things I probably don't even know about yet.
A dreamland.
It really is. If you love sports, you love the Europa Sports Complex.
Here's Bruce now and a full ball driven nicely by Guest, but only as far as the man at mid-off who runs around, collects it, has it back in, keeping it to just the one.
Mesnal Man is in the chat saying that he's using this as practice for umpiring because he'll be umpiring for the first time this summer. Well, that's great to hear, Mesnal.
Yeah. Good luck, Mesnal.
And we encourage everyone to get involved in cricket, if not as a player, as an official or umpire, or volunteer. You know, it's a community. It's a community that's growing and building all the time.
One short and pulled off the hip by Nayak, and these two looking relatively untroubled, despite the fact they're not really getting that many boundaries away, but I think they feel that they don't have to. They know they've got a bit of power in the shed.
And they're using their resources up front, aren't they? As far as bowling Bruce out early.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They've held Punchell back, so he'll be held back to the end. Hatchman's got another one.
I like this though. I think you gotta roll the dice early.
Yeah,
I'd rather be proactive in a game like this where you really need to win.
Absolutely agree.
And we saw from the Sloggers last night how they had a really good first half of the second game after going down in the first. The Boris had to love a win just to stay in touch.
Yeah, so I'm just going for the Yorker, but displaying it a little bit down leg, thumping into the pad of Daniel Guess. No run.
Yeah, that was a middle of the pad situation. Bang.
He's moving it, isn't he?
Yeah. He definitely has just this natural in movement.
Yeah.
He'd be really dangerous to a left-hander as well.
I think you're right. That one's lifted up, down too long on for another single.
But the other thing about Bruce, if you're batting against a bowler like Bruce, is he's pretty consistent with it. So it's, you're playing for it as a batter. So some of the more dangerous bowlers, they vary their shape. So bowlers like Cummins and Anderson. So if Bruce can develop one, let's say maybe bowls it across the seam or something that just goes straight, at least it's in your mind, and then he'll probably get a few more outside edges from the right-handers. I mean, at the moment, it is good shape he's getting, good natural shape, but I think maybe he could develop a leg cutter or something like that just to keep the batsman honest.
It'll all come in time. Another good ball though. And played with absolute respect by Samir Nayak. And fifth over to an end. It's 41-4-0.
Yeah, halfway through this, and the robot computer that's predicted 97. That's a pretty good guess at the moment, I think. We thought it was a bit low, to be honest, considering how Tarek have been batting. See some of the batting they've got to come, and because make them in at 3, or they might go for Pi, but I think they'll be 3 and 4, one way or another. And it looks like Asif Tarar is getting a bowl. And so, can't see him take on Guest, who, he's had a funny kind of an innings, Guest, hasn't he? He's had a lot of dot balls. He's hit 2 bombs. He's hit one that's almost left the Earth's atmosphere.
He's had 2 chances as well.
It's true.
Yeah. Oh, you ride your luck. Yeah, it is an interesting one. You don't see it often in this format. It's dots and sixes.
Yeah, well, that's what makes it so exciting. I mean, even the dots are exciting on the European Cricket Network.
Now, I was wondering whether we would see Tarai. Indeed, it is coming back on now. He did retire hurt the other night. Glad to see him back up and about as he loops on a good length.
He's been strangled a few times here, Guest, into the pads. Bit of a blind spot there. He's been very good when the ball's outside the line of his pads. But that one that just kind of creeps into him, he's missed out a few times.
Well, he comes down this time and gets a hold of it.
It's good backing up by Samir Nayak as well. It's his call because it's behind the wicket, and even though it's hit straight to the field, it just shows you if you make a good early call, you normally get home with those ones.
Yeah, it's such an important part of running, isn't it? It's a partnership. Need the batter at the non-striker's end to be doing their job. Here comes Tarar, puts one in short again to pull a ball, but up in the air, falling in between the 2 fielders, one on the deep and one on the ring.
Got Phil G in the chat. Oh, it's probably quiz night at the Down Under tomorrow night, isn't it, Phil? I know that because I was in Prague last week. And, Phil, it's great to see you in the chat. And he's doing a good job in there, moderating it as well.
So Danny Gaz comes down. It was a stumping chance, but unfortunately, looks like Ferrari has let that one slip.
Might have been a little edge, I think. I have a feeling that it might have been a stumping chance as well, but just the reaction from all the fielders.
Cuttable this time, and he's cut it on the up over the infield. There's no one out there in the deep, but for the sweeper coming around trying to stop it, but alas, to no good. That goes across boundary for a big 4 for Daniel Guess. He is rocketed along at 36.
Yeah, placement was important here. Who knows, it might have even been a wide, but even though he doesn't really time that, was away from the fielder. And sometimes placement's even more important than timing on a field like this. Back to live action.
Well, he's pulled that one straight down the throat of the man at deep square leg, who unfortunately has let that another chance drop, and they are just hurting themselves here, the Pirates. Because Daniel Guess, he's been dropped at least twice, maybe 3 times.
Yeah, well, Tarar is ropeable after that. It was, to be fair, it was a bit of a half tracker, but Guess didn't get all of it, and it is the end of the over.
And so the score at the end of that one is 48 for 6. So they're going at 8. And pretty good over from Tara in the end. And even with that catch going down, could have been even better. But yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? I think it might have been Hatchman out there to put that one down. But look, regardless, they're in a good position here. They're only going at 8. So by that I mean the Pirates are in decent position, but because the 10 wickets in hand, you just think that they can really go helter-skelter here in the last 4 overs. And now also you're turning to other bowling options because they use so many options up front. I mean, do have Punchal to have one, but looks like they're going for Will Peters here. And
yeah, I don't think they've gone too bad in keeping the run rate down.
Yeah.
It's just not taking the wickets, and that was a gamble certainly that looks like it hasn't quite paid off. Let's see how Will Peters goes now. He's into the attack, coming left arm over the wicket. And he puts it on line, but Daniel Guest has just said, "I'll be my own guest here." Lifts it up, and away, all the way over the fence for another 6.
yeah, already. Drops cost him 6 here. It's just a little bit short. Wasn't an easy shot. It's kind of a front foot pull shot. Half pull, half drive. Like a tennis shot, really. But yeah, he's very comfortable against that pace of Peters and deliberately elevates it and gets enough of it. Maximo time.
One of his feet was actually in the air as he hit that, showing he's got incredible strength in his shoulders.
Very dainty.
Yes. Yeah. So Peters in again, veering down the leg side, and that's going to be wide, and it's going to be more than just the one of them. Although a great diving effort there. Nikhil Advani prevents it going across the rope, and they get 3 wide.
Yeah, Ferrari did well there. He saved a couple because he did get a finger on that, which slowed it down enough to make sure it didn't go for 4. But that was a big wide. He had a long way to go, the keeper, in a short period of time. Hello to Pukstup from Croatia, who's in the chat.
Well, this one beating both batter and keeper, and that one will go to the rope, unfortunately, for Will Peters.
Yeah, this is one of the toughest ones as a keeper. This will go down as buys, but it's between the batter and the stump. So this is a little thing for Ferrari when he watches this back. You've got to track the ball. So he just kind of became a spectator there, standing behind the stumps. And yeah, it's very distracting, but you need to pretend there's no batter there. There's no stumps there. And he might have got in line with that one.
Well, that's the kind of line that Will Peters is bowling, but unfortunately that one was too short. Daniel Guest takes a piece in this. In fact, he takes the whole pie. And he's hit it for another big 6.
Now he's leading a charmed life out there, isn't it? Isn't he, Danny Guest? This one, he's enjoying this kind of slight movement in. And Peters, he looks like he's got a headache right now, and the reason is he does have a headache because he's already gone for 15. Plus there was the 4 bye, so we've had 19 off this over so far. And there's still, how many balls to come? Still 2 balls to come, 3 balls to come.
Yeah, and I guess I don't mind his shape. He's also moving it into the left-hander, so he's got natural in-swing. To the right-hander, he's just lifting him up to the onside again, and we'll run through for 1 run.
Yeah, bring up Guest's 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a good innings. Entertaining, that's for sure. 50 off 32 balls.
Good knock.
Yeah, he raises the bat. 4 big 6s and 4 4s, including probably our first lost ball of the week.
Yeah, that'll be the Danny Guest ball. Memorial ball. Well, that one, Samir Nayak, he wants in on the show now as well, because he's lifted that over the mid-wicket region and over the mid-wicket fence for another big 6.
Yeah, well, Samir, he's been a spectator for most of this. I mean, he was elevated over the batting to do some more batting, but he's only faced, well, that's his 10th ball, and we're almost at the end of the 7th over, so he hasn't really got his money's worth yet. He's trying to cash in.
Well, this one too short, so he's going to cash in here big time. Up and away. 2 6s in a row for Samir Nayak.
Well, with that, it goes supersonic, and at the end of the over, there are 32 runs off the over. It's our first supersonic over of the year. So spared thought for Will Peters, who did his best to keep this machine quiet, but I suppose that's what happens when you've got 2 set batters. You bring on the 5th bowler, and after 7 overs, it's 80 for no loss. Just a reminder, you can join us in the live chat. What do you think of that? And this is what's so tough about juggling the resources in this form of the game. You feel like Peters, he had to bowl somewhere, but yeah, just getting a little bit wrong. But hello to Ivan Puljak in the chat as well, and Mia in the chat asking, the field looks a bit, why does it look a bit like a video game? Well, that's just because
Vinny and I are sitting here with our controllers.
Yes, the field looks fantastic because it's all artificial grass.
That one is a short outside off, but despite the attempted cut shot, Danny Guest can't get a piece of Tara there. No ball.
Yeah, rare one. Yep, Tara's been decent. He's over of 7. Keeping things quiet with over of 32. Oh, it's a big moment in the game.
Yeah, this time he just tries to glance it away behind the man at backward point, who's good enough to collect it and keep it to the 1. Yeah, disappointing for William Peters there as well, because that can really get in your head, having a supersonic over against you.
You just got to shake it off.
But
I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's going to happen in this game. Look at Panchal. He had an over to forget the other night, but he's come back well.
So this time, Samir Nayak deciding he's going to hit anything into the leg side, and that one he just managed to get a small edge to.
You can literally afford to go for everything now when you consider some of the batting they've got to come.
100%, yeah.
You know, and everyone's had a bit of a look tonight. When you think of Pye and Carl's, who'll probably come in at 3 and 4. So I think it's going to be fireworks time.
Well, this man can hit fireworks, that's for sure. As this one, he just manages to drag along the ground, not quite getting a hold of it. One more run to the total.
And the bat versus ball wall prediction of 97. Well, that is looking a bit thin now after that last game.
They didn't count on Danny Guest.
They had overs 4, 5, 6. Went for 6, 3 and 7. So they did a really good job of holding. But yeah, the damn burst in that last over.
Well, Nayak this time gets down on one knee. And just once again, not being able to breach that outfield.
Harshal in the chat is all caps saying swing hard. Yeah, well,
Sweet
you should be a
chariot.
coach, Harshal. That's the way. Yeah, swing hard. That's what they said in the chat. Well, I think Danny Guest is hearing you.
Yeah, well, he's swung out of that one, but just can't get a hold of him.
Geez, Taras been good, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's been really, really good. Forced him to make the pace. And look, that over only went for 4. So the last 5 overs have gone 6, 3, 7, 32 and 4. So...
And look, now they've got Ataloya and then Ravi Panchal.
Yeah. So yeah, 84 for no loss after 8. So maybe they're going to go for Panchal in the 9th. Well, I don't mind that move actually.
Try to do something.
Yeah, I mean, probably maybe doesn't make that much of a difference at this stage because you would think that.
That looks like the hill that I
was going to say, it looks there's a bit of rock at Gibraltar about the worm to this one. Are there any monkeys on it? So you can see over 32. Certainly got the gradient up there. Hello to BK Virma, who's in the chat as well. And hello to Maxi in the chat as well.
Yeah, Maxi Hook doing a good job.
Yeah.
It will be Panchal. So what he's going to be trying to do, I'd say, is just outside that offside channel.
He's got it.
Short of a length.
I think he's got to work on his. Well, he knows how to do it, but he needs to execute his death bowling skills, which I think you need to be falling at the stumps. I think these players will enjoy length at this stage of the innings. There you go.
One just being picked up and sent all the way down, and blinder of a catch taken with the gloves on. Is that Manav?
That's Avinash Pai,
Avinash Pai.
who's just itching to get into the game. He normally opens, but I said this at this stage and in these conditions, good players they want length. And geez, he was all over that, wasn't he, Samir Nayak? Let's see if Ravi can pitch it up. You just got to be going popping crease at the bottom of that middle stump. I think that's where you got to be. Just don't give him an opportunity to get the middle of the bat on the ball.
Doesn't get it right this time as it's dragged down to long on for one quickly run single.
Yeah, it's better, though. Still not quite up there in the block hole. That's why Panchal, you often see him bowling at the start of the innings, but sometimes, when he's bowled at the end of the innings, he doesn't get it full enough. I think even at his pace, he's a liability with these little edges. There's only obviously a third man in the circle and a third man back, but I think to guess, he's got to get full and straight.
Well, that is full and straight over the fence by Daniel Guess. He's picked that one up and sent it all the way through the rugby goals.
Yeah, and it's just a metre too short. It's just look where this bounces, but it gives him the opportunity to drive on the up. And we'll see more of this in the ECL, I'm sure, where the batters are so strong down the ground, they want to be able to get up and under the ball. Yeah. So you're probably even better bowling a low full toss and missing a metre the other way. But, Guest, he's had his 9 lives. He's been a bit of a cat at the top of the order tonight, but he's 58 and he's entertaining the crowd.
Yeah, short again for Pargel. Guess he's got a big top edge over the keeper's head, and the third man runs around, collects it. And he's riding his luck.
He gets away with it as well. Again, punch up. They're the sort of things that happen with length, you see. Got a good swing on it.
Yeah.
At this stage, obviously, they've got zero care factor about their wickets because they know they're not going to run out of wickets here. So, yeah, crucial deliveries at the moment.
He's got 2 more of them, Ravi Panchal. Let's see if he can push it up more, attacking the stumps. Nayak batting right outside off because that's what he wanted to do. If it was full, well, he was in a position, he was going to lift it right off his pad and lift it all the way over the fence for another big 6.
Great shot.
Nayak.
Great shot. I mean, and again, he probably misses this by half a metre, I think. He probably misses the lens by half a metre. But he's still...
Look at where he's batting.
Yeah, we saw this the other night.
Right
You see,
into it.
it's still the kind of length he can pick up.
Yeah.
And if that's half a metre fuller, then he just can't play that shot.
He's also batting quite far back in his crease.
Yeah.
Nayak, so
He's probably creating that
length
a
as
bit
well.
by batting deep in his crease. And he's
Yeah.
going to try it again. Oh, I'll be going to the stumps here. Bottom and middle stumps.
Slow Yorker. Well, digs it. Right, pretty nice length and line ball there to end that over. So that's it from Ravi Panchal. He finishes on figures of 9 for 26. 9 for 26. And that leaves Tariq up to 9. They're 105 4-0.
Okay, they've gone past that bat versus ball prediction.
Yeah.
I have to tune up the computer, I think. I thought it was a bit thin. But actually, to be fair, at one stage, it looked spot on, didn't it? I mean, you consider that up to the 6 over mark, they were 48. And that means, they've had 32 and 4. And then that last over was another magical over. 21 came off the 9th. So now, it's going to be Hatchman who's going to bowl the 10th. That makes sense. And his first over was way back in the second over of the match, and he conceded 11. So let's see if he can maybe keep it down to something reasonable, maybe under 120. And if they bat well, that would be some sort of a chance. I mean, now, openers didn't fire earlier today, the Pirates, with Ferrari and Bruce. So, yeah, I mean, something about 105 is probably a pass score. And they've got an over to spare to get a few more than that. 100 partnership as well, of course, coming up during that over.
Yeah. Super impressive stuff here from these two as Hatchman comes in to bowl the final over. Loops one full toss, and that's been smacked away. Don't even bother running for that. That's gone all the way. A few metres off the fence. For another big 6-2. Nayak, who himself has made the very most of his elevation to the top of the order. That is a pretty rank full toss from Hatchman.
Yeah, it was borderline. The umpire saying at square leg it was probably just coming down below the waist at the crease. It was certainly one that could have gone either way, but it's just 6. Yeah, look where he's batting here.
Yeah, that's where it can also really trouble a bowler if they don't have the experience there to really assess the situation. Bowling short to Nayak at the moment.
Yeah, it's throwing everyone out, and as a keeper, it throws out the keeper as well. Because look, Ferrari is just doesn't know where to stand because he's up to the stumps. I mean, maybe consider going back because you're probably not going to get a stumping. He's so deep in his crease, but he doesn't even get a crouch. And this is just dug in, and yeah, it's disruptive what Nayak's doing, and it's effective.
Maybe try coming around the wicket. Yeah,
I would consider that.
Yeah,
attack the stumps. And what else would I say about this? I do like the blue line being the wide regardless, because you might say, well, it's a bit unfair for the batter, but he's taking such a big risk leaving his stumps open.
Well, that was a bit of a better line, but being so far outside off Nayak, he's showing his class there. And he's whipped it away, 1 bounce over the rope, 4 runs.
Yeah, and so this one's kind of played into what he wanted. Again, it's about length, right? If this is a fuller delivery, it's not that easy to put away. So I'm sure looking back at that, at this match, this innings in particular, the Pirates, I'll just see the little adjustments they need. And that's why having these games televised is so useful.
And well pointed out by Luke Belgium in the chat, always catching the minutiae. Luke, and he's pointed out that Tariq, they only scored 41 runs in the first 5 overs.
Yeah, so there's 79 in the second half. That's a big second half, and there's still 4 balls to go.
Quite some acceleration.
Yeah, Ayush has a good point. He's saying, let's keep bowling further outside off, but I think that's kind of what Nayak wants.
Well, he's just going to go that way regardless, and he's going to get the same result regardless. That's 1 bounce over the fence, another bounce through the rugby goals. He scored a try and a 6.
Yeah, and with this one, Nyack brings up his half century, and he was starved of the strike, to be honest, in the first half of this innings. He is watched from the other end and said, well, now it's my time to shine. 6 big sixes in his innings, also 2 fours as he reaches the half century off only 20 balls. And he's just kind of throwing this Pirates fielding and bowling unit into chaos at the moment. 3 to come.
Well, he's gone straight this time. There's a fielder coming down. It's going to be Louis Bruce, and he's got hands that aren't going to let that one drop. Louis Bruce takes catch to get rid of Nyack off the bowling attachment. 52. Great innings.
Yeah, consolation wicket. Nyack this time doesn't middle it. Louis Bruce, he's been very solid in the field, hasn't he? Over these first couple of nights we've seen him. So Hatchman does get the wicket of Nyack.
Avinash Pai gets a chance.
Yeah, 126 for 1 then. Breaks the opening partnership. And Avinash Pai, he'll be happy with this rule that even though they crossed, he gets to face up. Otherwise, he might not have had a chance.
It's 2 balls.
So Avinash, regular opener. And Luke Belgium saying, yeah, not very often you see both openers get 50 and T10. Great performance. Yeah, it certainly is. BK saying, nice knock. And I'd agree. Kitty saying, no, it looked like he wanted a 50. Well, he got there in the end, didn't he? 2 to come. Pai on strike.
Well, dropped in short, and Pai whips it away, and it's fielded very nicely at backward point, and they run through for a single.
Pai will be dirty about that.
That is, it came off the bat like a rocket.
He hit it really well.
Timed it beautifully.
But I think, look, all things considered, he'll be very happy with this total. Look, it's going to be the same kind of a chase as we saw last night. Bavaria, they were able to chase this many down. But you just wonder, with the discipline of this Tarek bowling attack, whether they'll let Pirates into the game. Last ball of the innings.
Well, it's been lifted right high in the air, and it's up to Ferrari to run around, try and take it, and he's managed to decide to try it with one glove, and they're coming through for another one, and there's going to be a run out. It's all happening here, folks. So that was skied in the air. The keeper running around Ferrari couldn't take the catch, tried to effect the run out, going for the second, and in the end it's rolled through. And the bails are knocked off.
I love last balls. I love last overs, but I love last balls. I mean, that went a mile high. And it was like a throwback from Guest. Remember, he almost hit the moon earlier in the innings. This one, and it's so hard as a keeper because look at it. He's so caught under the ball. You got no sense of perspective. And then he still gets on the stats sheet because he throws it.
Great. Great effort.
And he's saying, what's going on here? But it was quite clever by Pai.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, he gets out, but it was worth it. But, Guest getting the applause from the crowd, as you can imagine, as he finishes on, that'd be 60 off 39 in the end, 60 not out. And it was Guest and Samir Nayak that came out to open the innings. It was Panchal that came off a player of the match performance in a losing side. And they really threw everything they had at these openers, but they just couldn't break through the Pirates.
Yeah, and one of the main problems is that they decided to use their main firepower at the start of the innings. Unfortunately, they were met by some pretty serious other firepower, namely in the form of this man, Daniel Guest. He was hitting them right out of the middle and hitting some of the biggest shots we've seen so far in this series. Some lovely driving along the ground as well, not helped there in their cause, the Pirates, by some sloppiness in the field. They were trying their hearts out, but just on some occasions letting a few things drop. Louis Bruce came on, he was unable to effect the breakthrough, and unfortunately he got absolutely spanked as straight as a die down the ground. Daniel Guest, he said they wanted to go live on the rock of Gibraltar with the monkeys.
That was just far and away the biggest hit we've seen all week, and this might have been the highest. Panchal found himself under it. Oh geez, he got so close that I don't think anyone else would have got as close. But yeah, then Guest just worked his way into his innings, and he ended up taking the bulk of the strike, 39 deliveries. Ended up facing out of the 10 overs. Certainly made the most of it with 5 big sixes. And that was a little half chance. But then, Guest just showed he wasn't one-dimensional. He was able to play that over the offside as well. Nice bit of placement. And then Nayak, who really didn't face a lot early, he came into it in the second half and brought up half century of his own. But there's just a lot of big hits. And this is really the over where it all went wrong for Pirates, with 32 coming off the 7th from Peters, and they were going absolutely bananas. First they hit it to the monkeys, and then they went bananas in the 7th, including the 4 byes. So from there were good overs around that, and if you look at the 5 best overs of the innings, you get 26, and then you look at the other 5 overs, you get 102. So, I mean, that really shows you that it was a bit of a polarising innings, wasn't it?
Yeah, some different results from different bowlers, that is for sure, but they'll all be the better for the experience. Will Peters just could not just bring one that it wasn't short enough to be pulled away, so that's what they kept on continuing to do. Yeah. And then Punchal came on, trying to stem the flow somehow. He was held back till the end of the innings, but he got the same treatment. And these two, showing their experience, really set in both on their ways to a 100 partnership and half centuries.
Yeah, Punchal's a clever cricketer. He'll look back at this and he'll learn. I know sometimes he has problems with the very full deliveries, but that noise at the start of the innings, I think he'll look back at this 9th over that he bowled and just say he was just a metre too short. He wasn't hitting the block hole. And then, well, Samir put the confusion rays on the Pirates, batting a long way outside the off stump, saying, well, you know, I'm going to make you change your game. And so, I don't know what I would be trying. I probably would be going full and at middle and leg, and I think that'll be a really difficult ball for him to get away, and you can remove him, and that just went completely wrong and went over everybody. You see, it just throws the keeper out as well. Ferrari, who can't take up his normal stance. That one was easy put away. Hatchman, in the end, he went for 23 in the last over, but he did pick up the wicket of Samir Nayak, the only wicket to fall. Nice catch by Louis Bruce, who will have the job ahead of him. He'd open up the second half, and then this, well, it was a fitting codetta to the 10 overs. Ferrari looked like he'd been on one of those whizzy-dizzy machines at the carnival. And then, don't worry about that, because he gets the nice little run out, and Peters with a nice little stat at the end to finish off. So at least he takes something out of that. But, well, it's a lot of runs, isn't it? 128 for Tarek in the first innings of this match 8.
And we will see whether the Pirates are up to the task of chasing that down when we come back after this short break. I'm Joe Wagasani.
I'm Vinny Sandhu. We'll leave you with a scorecard, and Guest and Nayak with the 2 half centuries and 15 extras. So they didn't help themselves out. It's just look at the bowling figures. It'll be a kind of a mixed bag, you could say, as Ataloya only bowled 1 over for 6. Never went back to him, funnily enough. And the probably best of the bowlers, as if Tarar only conceded 11 off his 2, but you see there was a lot of damage. So yeah, Joe, we'll be back shortly for more cricket. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket T10.
Yes, good evening and welcome back to Night 4, the final innings of Night 4 here for the FanCode T10 European Cricket Series in Gibraltar. I'm Joe Wegasani and we are here watching the Pirates. They've come out to bat to try to chase down a quite impressive amount put on there by the Tariq 11. I'll be chasing 129. It's going to take some work, especially as we know this Tariq 11, they've got a good spin bowling department. Three very good consistent spinners who keep things tight. It's going to take some creative and intensive batting by the Pirates. There to chase this down, but we'll see how that all unfolds as we get into the action shortly. Umpires are out there, batters are out there, fielders are out there. Umpires just saying to everyone, do you want to play some cricket? And coming into the box is a man who always loves playing a bit of cricket, loves watching it, loves talking about it. Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, plenty of practice. Yeah, here's Pye, who didn't bowl earlier.
And a good night first off the first ball, and that's just defended very ably back down the pitch. Can't afford to do that too much, but that was a pretty good ball by Pye.
That's what they do. They've got so many good slow bowling options, don't they? And Pye, you know what he's thinking? He's pretty unselfish, but he only got to face one ball, so he's probably said, all right, enough's enough. I didn't have a bowl earlier, so now get me into it. And so they've gone for Hussain, who's coming off Golden Duck at the top of the order with Ferrari. So they've got Bruce a little bit lower down tonight.
Well, this one for Pye, he's got a hold of that, and that is one bounce over the rope, 4 runs. One of Nayak signalling there. That was picked up beautifully by Hussain.
Well, you can see why Hussain's out there, can't you? Rather than going for Louis Bruce, who's a bit more of a technically correct player, the youngster. He can hit a long one, but I think Hussain's there just to kind of pinch hit and just make the most of this power play. And he's there to take risks. That's what he did there, but he got away with it. Longest boundary on the ground. One bounce, 4 runs.
Yeah, we don't see too many sixes hit in that direction because we don't see too many left-handers. He's the only one so far. Hussain, and he's tried to get in the same direction. He's done the job, finding the gap between the fielders. 1 bounce, 2 bounce over the rope, 4 more to Hussain. And well, the life of Pye is not so great at the moment.
Yeah, I actually like this because the left-hander just throws them out a little bit. They wouldn't have been expecting this. And so, yeah, I mean, tell you what, if Hussain ever gets traded by the Pirates, I think there's a home for him at the Sloggers because we're 2 big heaves. And yeah, you only have 2 outfielders. Let's see what he does next and see how Pye reacts as well. Yeah, they need a power play of something like you'd think about 40.
Yeah, absolutely, I'd agree with that. Here comes Pye, and he's driven that along the carpet. There is a man at mid-off coming around, stopping it. 1 more run to the total.
Good shot. Yeah, it's showing he's not just a slogger. That one was hit pretty well, but he found the fielder. That was good fellow. Mid-off.
Yeah,
So
he heard you there, Vinny.
yeah, no, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it either. I mean, you're going to have to take some calculated risks.
Absolutely. No, and like I said, very good tactical move, putting him into open, throwing them off, having the left-right-hand combination.
All right, Ferrari, let's have a big one too. He's on strike for the first time.
Oh, this one's just drifting down leg. It was a tough ball, really good length. Difficult to know whether to go forward or stand it back to it. As it is, it's just a dot ball. Good response by Pye.
So a quick hello as well to everyone that's in the chat at the moment. BK's watching from Estonia. We've got a bit of an Estonian connection here, don't we?
Tada. This one is swept away, and that's going to find the fence as well. And Ferrari is getting in on the party because he has picked that length beautifully from Pye. Got down low, kept his eye on it, kept his head still, and swiveled around to get 4 more runs.
Well, someone's warmed up the Ferrari because he's ready for business. And there's a lot of big cheers from the Pirates. And you know that Ferrari, he's got a great name for a pirate, Ferrari. It's,
Ferrari.
Yeah, exactly. You're doing it better than me. But yeah, pretty good first over, and that's the pace they need to go at. 13 off the first one, 13 for no loss.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they can just keep doing that, then they will keep themselves definitely in the hunt. Will this be the biggest target that we've had so
Yeah, well,
far?
it will. Yeah, it was 127 last
right?
night.
Yeah.
It was chased down. This is 129. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how close they get.
Pretty smart move here, I think. Bringing on Kelly. They've met a little bit of resistance in the first over, and he did such a great job picking up 2 wickets in his first over last match.
Deep backwards square, long on. There you two outfielders. Here's Kelly.
Well, this one's been picked right up to the long on. Who is Avinash Pai. Comes in, grabs on the bounce, hits the stumps with the throw, which allows them buzzers.
Cheeky. That was really good fielding from Pai. I mean, he couldn't get much better. He's hacked it. He realised he couldn't get there. Took it on the bounce. Made him hustle. And, man, alert work from Ferrari. Knows that those stumps are down. It's going to be tough for them to get a run out of that end. So they do get...
Yeah, you have to pull one of the stumps out.
Yeah, well, what you have to do then is...
Stand it up.
You'd have to stand it up and then knock them over. That's fine. So, but it's hard to do that when you're not actually at the stumps. so I mean, you could pull them out. We saw an amusing situation where players were trying to do that. But yeah, if you knock them over, that's also the equivalent of pulling a stump out. Or sometimes if you have the ball, you can hold the ball against them and lift them all up off the ground with these stumps. And it's all in the conditions. But
yeah, we make it work.
he's eyeing off mid-wicket here. Hussain, it's going to be risky to Kelly, but he does bring the ball slightly into the left-hander.
Absolutely well called by you, Vinny. That's exactly what happens. But Kelly good enough to bring that little bit of movement away from the left-hander and then straighten it up and find the gap between bat and body.
It's exciting, isn't it? I mean, this is a game where I mean, I probably wouldn't even put your money on the Pirates, but tell you, there's no shortage of excitement at the moment. Hussein's giving this a real crack.
That one just wide down the leg side. I would put your money on this game.
Is that right? You'll have to find it first. No, it's always entertaining, no matter what, really. ECN. That's why it's the kind of cricket that's taken the world by storm. There's nothing else like it in the cricket universe. I'm a big fan of all cricket, but I've got to say, I've never seen anything quite like the cricket we show here from Europe.
Well, comes down the pitch. Kelly puts in a little bit shorter, gets a big top edge, and the fielder coming around. That would have been a great catch. Difficult one to take. Running back with the flight. It evades him, rolls over the fence. 4 more runs to Nadeem Hussain.
Yeah, so not only was this dropped, but the way it was dropped, it just kind of taps it down over.
I think it was a spin.
Over the boundary.
It was a spinning.
I think it just, the way it spins off his hands essentially allowed that to happen. So
bit of luck there for the Pirates.
Yeah, no doubt. But it's Harshdeep Singh, I think, down there. So Kelly, no luck. But I mean, to be fair, Guest had a couple of let-offs, didn't he? With the high balls. They're not easy to catch, and if you haven't played under lights, it is a little bit different. It's a little bit startling and eerie, actually, when the ball goes up into the black sky. It's not your normal sense of perspective you see there. Got about a dozen of the little towers on the seaside.
Kelly now, and that one slogged away to mid-wicket region. It beats the fielder who's in, but Avinash Pai comes around, managing to prevent it going over the rope.
Good decision not to go for two.
Yeah.
I think
got
the same
rocket
wanted
of an
it.
arm, doesn't he? Avinash Pai.
Good all-round cricketer.
Yeah.
Good all-round cricketer.
So he's sending point out now. Right-hander coming back onto strike.
Just need a boundary here to try and stay up with the rate. Once it gets away, you feel like it's going to be a long climb back.
Yeah, so both men square of the wicket are out outside the ring.
Yeah. Tells me he might bowl short, but it also might tell you kind of where Ferrari likes to hit the ball. Doesn't like to hit the ball square of the wicket. Put a fifth man on the offside now. It's Gals who comes across.
In comes Kelly now. 2 balls left in his over. Another one just played straight on the onside, and they set off for a quick single, and it's a good collect there. Nice work by Miles Goodfellow, but for the throw, it was a little bit stray of the stumps. So they get one more run.
I think it was home anyway, but yeah, it's entertaining. And yeah, Hussein's out there. He's coming off a golden duck, but credit to him. He's come up there and he's chanced his arm. He's around the wicket for the last ball of the second.
Yeah, well, good fuller ball from Kelly, preventing him being able to take that gap through the mid-wicket. Drives it straight. And it takes one more on, so Hussein will keep the strike. That's the end. Ooh, unless about a little bit of a matter there, but the end of that over. 2 overs gone. 23 for none. The other Pirates.
Yeah. So I mean, even that one, was 10 off it, but it's not quite enough to stay up with the rate. Although not too far behind at the moment, but yeah, they want to be about 26 after 2. Yeah, dew factor tonight, not so much of a factor. Dew's an interesting one, isn't it? We can always tell on our table here how wet my keyboard's getting, but.
So when I went on that walk today up on the hill, and I was looking at the rock at Gibraltar, and there was this big cloud that was sitting over the entire rock and only over the rock. Everything else was blue. The whole surrounds this big cloud. And I was talking to a local today, Eric, our lovely cameraman. He was telling me that that's all about the Levant wind, which is the wind that comes from the
Levante wind,
and the eastern wind. And when it changes direction, as it did a few nights ago.
Yeah.
So it was coming from the west, and now it's coming from the east again. And when that happens, that causes that big cloud to form over Gibraltar.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you got a career as a weatherman for sure.
Well, that one's been driven straight, and that's caused some weather because it's gone up and away. One bounce over the rope 4. Good effort by Goodfellow.
Really good effort.
He could not quite. A really smart pick. He trying to slap it back over before it bounced across.
This is like NBA basketball trying to keep this in. And he actually gets half the hand on it. But he almost stops this. If he was back, it's a catching opportunity. But it gets over the infield. Just have a look at this. Yeah, I mean, he took off from the inside.
Yeah,
it would have been great. Well, Pie, he's back for a second.
Well, he's going for another one, but that time beats the bat. Well taken as well by Danny Guest.
It was a spine-straining swing from Hussein, wasn't it?
Yep.
I like it though. But it's clever by Pie. He doesn't want to give him the leg side. Doesn't want to get too straight. Last over the power play here.
Yeah, well, he's gone not too short. It's beaten Danny Guest this time. They'll get pies. They'll get wides.
I think probably buys.
Yeah,
I think.
It's not been called. No, it has been now.
It might be for height.
Yeah.
Right, it might be for height. Yeah, so it was a surprise ball, and this is almost lights out. Oh yeah, it is for height. I think the line was okay for a short delivery, but that's almost lights out for Danny Guest because look at this. He's got the cranium. You got the baby oil on the skull, but that's not going to protect you. He's probably fortunate that goes for 4 buys and not 4 weeks in hospital. Anyway, that'll help the rate. I mean, they needed a 40 or so power play, and they might get it now. 32. 4 balls remaining in it.
Well, he's trying to drive a ball, and he's tried to do just that, but probably could have driven it more through the offside. Rather than dragging it back to the on as it is, it just trickles back to Pie.
Yeah. I mean, what a chase this would be. Tarek being put the feet to the fire here.
Not short.
Uh-oh.
It's been a mix-up, and a Ferrari running to get back, and the ball coming into the bowlers hit him. He wasn't deliberately obstructing at all.
Pie.
Just very lucky.
Pie's frustrated. Straight away he's going, oh, come on. But you can see here at number 7, Ferrari, he doesn't change what he's doing at all.
The bat of God comes out.
It was. He had no idea. There's nothing intentional. So it cannot be out. And what it is a dot ball. Watch out. Hussein's doubling down.
Yeah, and tries to take that one off the pads. Seems to have brought himself, be restraining himself a little bit at the moment, Hussein, but just trying to see out Pie, possibly.
Yeah, so despite the 5 wides off the angry bouncer from Pie.
So how many of this over?
This over, we've had 10 with a ball to go.
Okay, so he's got a boundary here.
Ferrari hasn't really clicked yet.
No.
He's got
only faced 3 balls though.
Yeah, true. Deep mid wicket, deep long on to the 2 outfielders. Last ball, the power play.
Short, and he's just slapped that away through the onside. Only as far as the sweeper out there. So 1 more run, he'll keep the strike. That's the end of the 3rd over now. End of the power play. The Pirates have made it all the way to 34 for the loss of no wickets.
Yeah, so these wickets have been hard to come by in this match, haven't they? We've just had the 2, including the run out off the last ball in the 1st inning. And here we are. You have a look at that 32. And that's something that Peters won't want to think about. But having said that, I really hope it doesn't discourage him, because we saw Punchhole. He had a similar kind of an over the other night where it just went all wrong. So it's going to happen in this form of the game, just like batting. I mean, look at Hussein. He's coming off a golden duck. He's come out there and he's batting fearlessly. So you got to be brave. You got to be made of stern stuff to handle the ups and downs of short form cricket. And here's a man that I've enjoyed watching, Michael Kelly, who's going to bowl out here in the 4th. His first over went for 10. 3 good double figure overs, but yeah, I mean, they still find themselves a few behind the rate required, but only a few.
So Ferrari batting quite far back in his crease now, facing up to Kelly. And by just making sure that everything is in order. 12th man's got his 12th man bib on.
Yeah, 5 outfielders now, so
Yeah.
just the 2 on the leg side, deep square leg, deep long on, so they keep the mid wicket up in the circle. There's a deep point.
Third man.
Yeah, third man and long off. So 3 of the outfielders are on the offside. So you think that might just encourage them to go to mid wicket. But Kelly's a difficult sort of bowler because he does shape the ball away from you as a right-hander. So I think probably a safer shot is to go for the big gap at cover if you can get it over the guy that's in the circle. Still, you can see there, beautiful night in Gibraltar. It gets dark pretty quickly. And the temperature does drop. I mean, I've got it now saying 16 on my watch, but I'm not believing that. It said 16 at the start of the day. It seemed a lot hotter.
Yeah.
It's a very pleasant night for cricket, though, isn't it? It's not too windy.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. And you can see that the fielders and the players out there, they're all loving it still. Such great joy amongst all the players and participants in this. And talk to them between the matches and between the innings.
Yeah.
Just so happy to be involved and playing cricket again.
Well, we'd love to see eventually Gibraltar. You see us up there, hey guys. We'd love to see Gibraltar in the ECL, eventually, because they've got a great facility here. Who knows? One day they might even throw their hat in to host one. I mean, we could have a day-night ECL. Anything's possible, but it's good to see cricket back on the map in Gibraltar after 5 years. And we know that a lot of these players have been playing in other competitions, other regions, but a lot haven't, so it's a great reintroduction to the sport for them. And I'm really excited to be a part of it. I'm sure you are as well, Joe.
Yeah, what's also been really exciting, Vinny, is seeing the amount of young kids running around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Families coming down here.
And they've got the facilities to get better, to practice and get better.
Exactly.
When you think some countries still don't even have nets, which makes it real tough. I think of places like when I was in Romania, and they've got nets there, and it's an area of the country where there's a lot of young kids, and they just pick up cricket and they start playing it as a kid, and it's starting to come through. We'll see Mohan Gerasim playing for Cluj, who's a young teenage bowler for Romania, has played for the national team as well. He's the youngest player to play in T10 cricket, T20 international cricket, I should say. See there some of the spectators as well. They're enjoying what this complex has got to offer. And we spent a bit of time up there last night. So it's really interesting. So Gibraltar, it is connected to Spain, but when you get across the border, there's different currency. So now you're using British pounds instead of euros.
It's Gibraltar pounds.
Is it? Yeah, but I mean, you can use... They produce Gibraltar pounds, but you can use UK pounds here.
Okay.
But you can't take Gibraltar pounds to the UK.
Super confusing, yeah.
Yeah. Just like Scottish pounds. Nobody wants them.
Well, Kelly now, this one straight up and just tucked away. Set off for a single, but sent back pretty quickly. No run added.
But there are some things that are more in common with the European side. So they do still drive on the right-hand side of the road. They don't drive on the left. We already talked about how the airport is also just like a road and a footpath that they shut down 3 times a day for a plane to come in at the moment.
Well, Kelly now, and this one is gotten away, but the man at that shortish fine leg running around to his left and collecting it. It's just the one.
And there's a few subtleties in the governance, but basically it's governed by the UK but not a part of the UK, Gibraltar. So it's got more in common with somewhere like Bermuda, for example, even though Bermuda's a lot further away. So I mean, more fun facts I can think of. We already talked about the monkeys in Gibraltar. So it's fast for a piece of land, which I think it's something like 6.5 square kilometres. So it's about 5 long, or north to south, and it's probably just over 1, like 1 to 2, 1.3 wide. So it's not
6 or 7 square kilometres.
Yeah. So it's probably 1.3, 1.4 wide. But it's not a big area. But I mean, it's got such a great history, and there's It's got its own kind of character, doesn't it?
Absolutely, it does, and connected to all parts of the world. As we've mentioned so many times, Africa is only that 20 odd kilometres away. You can see on a clear day all the sea around us, connecting us to the rest of the world. Of course, until the Suez Canal was built, this was the panel, the passage that ships going from the Mediterranean to anywhere else had to go.
Crucial waterway, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can really see it and you can feel it, and it's got a really long, rich history of cricket as well, being played here since the 19th century.
Yeah, and you can understand why with the British influence, obviously. But you know, it's hard to think of such a small piece of land which has a history like Gibraltar, really. So I'm really happy that I've come and visited for the first time, and obviously with Brexit, I can't say I'm a big fan of Brexit, to be honest. You know, it's caused a few complications as far as the administration of things like the border and things like that, but who knows, maybe one day I'll sort that out.
Well, maybe the reconnection starts right here with cricket. European
Why not?
Cricket in Gibraltar.
Why not?
That's where it all comes back together. So we're just making sure that all our technical aspects are in line.
Issue, but it's nice because it's so fast paced. We hardly ever get to have these chats, do we, Joe? But yeah, no, it's true. I mean, I think that everyone that's involved in European cricket, I think, would love to have the UK back in the mix. I just think, you know, the less barriers, the better. And yeah, we have planned. Obviously, may not be a part of the EU now, the UK, but they're still very much a part of European cricket, and they are, you know, part of Europe geographically. So, you know, we will see representation at the ECL from English and Scottish, and a side that includes Northern Ireland. The Irish side is encompasses all of Ireland. There's also Jersey and Guernsey, and yeah, we'd love to have Gibraltar in there one day. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that, and yeah, looking ahead to ECL. If you do have any questions or comments with regard to the ECL, just apologise due to the technical issues. Can't see the chat at the moment, but I'm sure we're going to get going fairly shortly. And yeah, it will be Kelly to continue after a bit of a lull. Let's see if that's recharged Hussein's batteries. He's facing up on 21.
Short, and he dances down the pitch. Probably shouldn't have, because it was pullable, but he was on it quicker than it was on him, hitting him right in the mid-drift for no run.
Yeah, ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is right in the pectoral. He charges and immediately regrets his decision. I think with Hussein, he'd be better off if he just stood still. He's got a pretty good eye.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, he just kind of threw his own timing out there. Anyway, he'll have a little bit of a bruise tomorrow. But anyway, just taking a couple of seconds to regain his composure. That's what I like about when I'm playing baseball. There's a kind of unwritten rule that if someone's a bit hurt, the umpire will kind of go and just do some administrative tasks, remark the lines or dust the plate or something, just to give you a second to kind of regain your composure.
That's nice. It is a gentleman's sport after all. That one's a wide down the leg side.
Yeah,
called as such by the umpire.
So
yeah, I like that. So you think they could get the old paint strips out
well,
there?
the umpire could just kind of just wander down the pitch and look at something imaginary just for a second.
The problem is here, there's absolutely nothing to fix.
I got to tell you something I've said before on the air, but I'll tell you in a second. One of my power moves from playing cricket, unofficial.
No, that one coming from off to leg.
You can use this as well.
Not taking off the pads. It's got ball.
There's a few people tuning in late night here, so this is your little reward, little Easter egg you can have for tuning in this late. That I obviously I haven't played too much on an artificial surface in Australia, but when I do, I do gardening on I tap the pitch down. I'll tell you why.
So it's shorter this time, but just play with a straight bat, and they manage to scamp through for one.
So if you hit a 4 or a 6 or a good shot, I'll wander down and I'll start tapping the pitch. And even though it's doing nothing, but it's just a way to establish dominance, that I've played a lot of cricket on a turf wicket. So that's a little one you can use. Just save any censure.
Alright, good one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no one's ever pulled me up with it either.
Just feeling for the cracks in the concrete.
Just patting them down. Yeah, so let us know what you think. I can't see at the moment. I'll have to try and get back on the chat. But Kelly here, he's been pretty good in this spell. 13. Just one ball to go. And to make sure they had the right amount of Fielders in the ring.
Have a
They've
nice fight.
sorted
Just
out now.
marshalling his troops.
Check, Davi, good check.
So square on the leg side and deep point as well. They're out. Long on, long off. Third man. So full of ball on the stumps and driven away straight up. It was straight to the fielder at mid wicket.
Oof.
Was that on the full, Vinny?
No, it wasn't. It was just in front of Ainsworth, but he did really well to block it. And this is just a miscommunication because Ferrari took off with the shot and then he had to turn on his heels, which wasn't easy. Umpire in perfect position, but the throw just took the keeper away from the stumps. Danny Guest. So, yeah, pretty good over. 37 for no loss. Kelly only concedes 13. And you see when you're chasing this score of effectively 13 and over, just a couple of tight overs really puts you under pressure. And now they will turn to spin as Manav Nayak will be bowling over number 5. And just a reminder, we're talking about the ECL. You can see there, bit of British representation there with Tunbridge Wells from England, Carlton from Scotland. Brigade are a complete Irish team, including Northern Ireland, Republic of Ireland. Farmers are in there, and Griffins. Griffins from Guernsey, Farmers from Jersey. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing a bunch of these teams. Look at Yek Najik Corfu in Group E. They've got a really good Greek young leg spinner called Georgios Galanis. He's another player. Talking of really good players, it's one we didn't see much of, but I'd love to see him against some higher class players like Cryhout that'll run into.
Here's one up now coming in and bowling his first ball, whitish, foolish. Gotten away by Hussein, who's on 22 off 18 now.
Yes, I mean, one thing we talk about is born and bred European players, and Georgios Galanis is one that his dad played cricket in the Greek setup, and he's been just playing. He's only about 16, but I'm sure he'll be part of the squad.
So wider and forward again, this time and driven on the up and beautifully through the gap there at the covers, and 4 more runs. So they're not going to give up without a fight. The Pirates here.
Yeah, nice shot. And this time Manav Nayak goes to the off spinner. So he's obviously just thinking, I'm going to try and turn the ball away from the left-hander. He normally bowls leggies, but he can bowl both. Quick hello to Paul McHale, who's turned on from South Australia. Good morning to you, Paul. Hope you're well. Saying he's really enjoying the tournament. So get ready for more, because next week, don't worry about 2 matches a night. You're going to get 7 matches a day. 5 from the ECL and 2 here from Gibraltar.
So this one driven again, same direction, and it's one bounce over the road. 4 more runs to Hussein, and he is picking up this length really easily from Nayak at the moment. This is a confronting position for the young spinner.
Really good shot. Really good shot. Just a little bit too full. It didn't have a lot of side spin on it. Just kind of drifted away. But Hussein, well, he's in now. And it's been an inspired move to get him up to the top of the order. He needed a kind of an all or nothing strategy. And at the moment, Hussein is keeping them in the game. They're still a bit behind, aren't they? I mean, they'd want to be 65 after 5. There's not going to be that many.
Well, this one better from Nayak, but taken off the pads by Hussein, and they're going to run through for 1, look for the second. They're going to come through for it. Hussein's coming back, throw's coming in, stops are being taken off, and the umpire has said...
Yeah, it wasn't even this side on, but I think he's gone here. Just naked eye. He hadn't even hit terra firma by the time Danny Guest gets the bails off here. Yeah, it was a really risky one. Look, yeah, I just think, yes, maybe it's worth taking on, but on this surface, I mean, you can bounce it into the keeper and it's fairly comfortable, and Guest had really quick hands. You see here, we might get this side on next, but you see it's a good bounce throw, but just have a look at this. This is what I saw naked eye, is I felt he hadn't quite hit the ground. So even regardless, you'll see here from side on, I'll slow it down a bit. Yeah, he's going to be gone comfortably. And so look, quick hands by Danny Guest as well. The throw was excellent from the outfield, and I think there was Gals out there that threw it in, but that's a real shame for the match, isn't it?
Real shame. Getting some warm applause from his teammates. They know he's made a valuable start for them, but it's now up to Louis Bruce and Ferrari, who just, like you said, look, they turned the car on, just haven't driven out of the garage yet with Ferrari. He is just still holding back somewhat, so he's going to have to take a little bit more of the responsibility.
Yeah, Louis Bruce. Let's see if he can come in and...
So now we've got it. Here we've got Nayak
v.
Bruce.
This is the battle of the teenagers.
Equal points. Well, maybe Bruce, he's punched that off the back foot.
It's a draw.
To the covers. Yeah, that's a draw, isn't it?
Well, we maybe see them again because it's only Nyack's first over. But yeah, for Ferrari, a bit like Simeon Nyack, it's been a bit of a spectator so far. Hasn't had a lot of the strike opening the batting. But yeah, he has to step up and do something pretty quickly. That rate is almost at 16.
Goes for the reverse sweep and manages to find the gap. Despite the diving attempt by the man at backward point, come backward square leg.
That's Gowes who's coming off a run out, but this one just couldn't negotiate it, could he? It's an awkward one because of the spin on that. It'll probably spin right to left as the fielder looks at it. And yeah, just got past him. That is the end of the over. 50's up as well for the Pirates. It's 51 for 1.
So a good positive start here nonetheless by the Pirates despite having lost that one wicket. Let's have a look at the batting scorecard, and Nadeem Hussain, he really has started building some foundation stones upon which they might be able to build a structure to bring down this Turek team.
They got Panchal, who I think will come in next unless they go for someone like Asif Tara and just gamble on him.
Yeah.
But I think, Panchal's coming off a man of the match.
They're going to have to navigate Samir Nyack now, taking over from his son. He almost gets a wicket first ball as that beats a sucked in Louis Bruce, who dances down the pitch to one, that turns it back at him.
I think this is, see from side on here, this is a definite stumping chance for Guest, who just couldn't gather it the first time. Back to live action.
So played off the back foot this time, bit of a shorter one.
He just kind of spent that before he had it. I often say to keepers, there's two types of stumping. The type where you have to rush and the type where you don't, and you need to be able to recognise the difference. That was one where I think if he takes it cleanly, he's got heaps of time to take the bails, but he just needs to snatch. And there's times you do almost need to snatch just to steal that extra fraction of a second. Dhoni was very good at that, for example. But if you don't need to, then you really need to concentrate on catching the ball correctly and treating it a bit like a catch, because then you will have heaps of time to knock off the bails. But yeah, they've still got Nyack for 2 over Samir Nyack, that is. So yeah, certainly not going to be easy for the Pirates.
Very good advice, Vinny, for any young wicketkeepers out there. That's a good way to get started. This one beats Bruce and somehow doesn't collect the stumps. Nyack proving troublesome already. Getting that run rate is going to go up and up and up with every dot ball that he produced. He's already produced one of them or 2 of them. And that's another one.
Yeah, Bruce would be feeling the pressure here. He's a good young prospect, but and this is the difference playing senior cricket. I know the guys are more experienced. They might not be the quickest bowlers, but
they're wily.
Yeah, they're wily. They're crafty.
All right, waits for it this time and just slaps it away through the covers. Take off for 1 run, keeping strike because that's the end of Nyack's first over. He goes for 3. After 6, it's 54 for 1.
Just keeps on keeping on. And an early shout for player of the tournament, even though I'm only here for one more night, I think. But I'm just going to say Samir Nyack. I mean, everything he's done, he's been a winner so far, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Fielded incredibly well. Just no one can get him away. And when he's had the opportunity with the bat, I mean, there's going to be a lot of people in the conversation, but yeah, he'd be my early pick. And now, Nyack Jr.
This time, Bruce comes down again in the battle of the teens, and this might be a run-out chance.
This is wanting a run that's not there.
Yeah.
This is trying to bend reality, because Bruce is like, all right, I'll just take the one. But no, you won't. And I tell you who wasn't running was Kieran Ferrari. He said, you're on your own, youngster.
Teenager to teenager, and this one slapped away, but just gets an under edge over the square leg. And he'll be able to give away the strike and stand at the other end and think about what he's done.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, they're actually ahead on the comparison after 6 overs. But, yeah, we know it.
Just the firepower that was out there.
Yeah, big finish to the innings.
Yeah. Ferrari going for the cut shot, which is there. I feel it was there to be hit. Yeah. There is a reasonable gap. Deep point is more of a sweeper.
You have to make the pace. That's the difference getting the spinner.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you have to really generate that pace on that shot.
So he's going leg side this time, and he's hit it straight to the fielder. Apart from the fact that it's hit the deck, spun around, bounced once, over the rope, 4 runs.
I just was talking up Samir Nyack's fielding, so he doesn't miss anything. And this is the first one, really, that's gotten through him all week. It was hit hard from Ferrari, wasn't it? And Nyack, feeling the frosty night. He wasn't having to go at this. It was an awkward kind of a bounce. It's a sorely needed boundary. Goes to the Pirates.
I put on 50 of those runs. I'll use a few of them right now.
Yeah, unlucky son.
So he drifts it up this time. Dangerous shot, but he's connected. And he's found the gap there, backward of square leg. 4 more, 2 fours in a row for the Ferrari.
Yeah, Ferrari gone up a gear.
Vroom.
Yeah, and this is just when he gets too full. Could have put it wherever he wanted, especially when you're not trying to hit it that hard. He just made sure he made contact and timed it away. Back-to-back boundaries for Ferrari. And still a fair way behind, but you know we saw a supersonic over in the first innings. Well, we get one in the second. Last ball for Manav.
So short again, and he's connected, but not with enough force to be able to make it to the rope.
I think it's actually going to be a wide. I don't think there's anything on that. Have a look at the umpire. Says it's 2 wide. So interesting one now. You probably do want Ferrari facing as far as boundary hitting goes. So Bruce has got 1 ball. Teenager to teenager here. Trying to send over the rope.
So that's down the pitch and takes it off the toes, just pinching it out. Too long on, taking a single, so he'll keep the strike. That's the end of Nyak's spell. He goes for 26. After all that, knocked 7 overs. Well, the Pirates, they are 66 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, so 66, that's what they scored in the first match. So they've improved, let's just put it that way.
There you go.
And, well, the cricket just keeps on coming from Gibraltar tomorrow. Night 5, we're going to see the Calpe Giants versus Bavaria. I think that'll be a really interesting contest for the Giants, 2-2 against the Bavaria, who are 2-0. And so both teams in the mix, aren't they? When you consider that only the top 2 teams will make the final and only 3rd and 4th will get the chance to play for bronze. So join us tomorrow night for night 5. It's my last night here with Joe. And so be back on from 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 5:30 in Central Europe, and at 10 p.m. in India. And I tell you what, Joe, even when I am busy with my ECL commitments, I certainly will be tuning in whenever I can to watch this Gibraltar series, because I'm fascinated with it and I love this facility, and I've really enjoyed getting to know the players and teams even better every night.
Yeah, absolutely, and no doubt you'll be back in short order, Vinny, because it looks like this is a wonderful place to come and watch and talk about some cricket. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here. Don't worry though, I'll miss you, mate. I'm going to have a big cardboard cutout of you.
You'll survive.
Set up right next to me.
No, I'm really happy. I know you do a great job on the night series. See how we go on the weekend, depending on how things are going up there in Khartoum. Might sneak down for a cheeky look. It's about an hour and 20-minute drive down the highway.
Down the M8.
Yeah, I was going to say. I just showed that I don't know what it's called, but it's only one road, so you get on it and keep driving.
And the north-south road.
That's right.
And all the old photos, it's the road from Spain. Well, Louis Bruce, he's going to whack, but he hit it right up in the air. And Avinash Payawulu, the life of Pai sometimes is not one that you want to be reckoning with, because he's let that one drop.
Doesn't drop many. No, he won't be happy with himself there, Pai.
Definitely not.
He's just having not the best night of cricket he's ever played, Pai, but to be fair, he's given some opportunities to other players. He's not just burst through the hands. I'm talking about how difficult it is to field at night sometimes.
Well, Louis Bruce, that one's coming right for you. Well, the Hatchman. No, good fellow. He has...
He saved 2 runs.
Absolutely amazing effort there.
It was a really good effort.
Miles Goodfellow running across to his right. Almost takes the catch. Just cannot prevent it from going over the boundary, but it does stop it going over on the full.
Yeah, he does.
4 runs.
Yeah, you see us there. And poor Miles just couldn't quite react in time to keep the ball from rolling onto the rope.
Well, Bruce, he is swinging now, but he's not going to get many more than just the one here, as his counterpart teenager on the opposing side. It runs around Manav Nayak and collects and has it in.
Yeah, despite the fact that it looks like there might be a bit of distance between these 2 teams, it's still super entertaining tonight. Sixes, wickets, runs, catches, drops.
Well, this time Ferrari just opens up the face and plays behind point, takes off for another run, so he'll keep the strike. That's the end of Samir Nayak's spell. He finishes it with none for 11. Great work by him once again. And after 8 overs, the Pirates are 74 for 1.
All right, so what do you think about, let's preview tomorrow night's game. We've got Calpe Giants playing Bavaria. And the Giants, they'll be into matches 5 and 6 of their series. So, they've got players like Edgela. We'll have to see if Burns and Rimmer in their lineup. They're pretty strong, I think.
I've heard a little rumour.
Go on.
About the Calpe Giants.
Yeah.
And they might be missing Lee Rimmer.
No Rimmer. Well, there you go. That's why you stay with this. Get the scoop
But Bavaria, I mean, they were decent. They probably leaked a few too many runs, I think, but they were able to chase them down. They've got players like Kenroy Nesta. Maybe will he stay at the top of the order? Don't think we'll see Rock up with his 2 torn hamstrings, but I guess you never know. It's a wide start in the over. They've got Reyes is coming off a half century. Obviously, Ian Latin, the captain, he's in good form. So, I mean, that's going to be it's a nice way to sign me off, actually. Tomorrow night should be a good contest.
Yeah, absolutely. I was super impressed with them last night, the way they went about their business, especially Latin. What a wonderful batter he is. That full and should be a no ball, called as such by the umpire.
He's missed out there as well, because he would have loved to get a boundary off it as well, in addition to the free hit.
Yeah. Which is disappointing for Ferrari. He's been out there for a long time. That was definitely hittable. Yeah,
Sean Ainsworth this is. Let's come on to bowl. That's like a free hit before the free hit. Take your time, no pressure, says Avinash Pai. Well, be the judge of that.
Does pretty well with the free hit balls, putting it straighter and taking off the pads for a single. Ferrari.
Yeah. Nice time for Ainsworth to come into the game, and that's a pretty good length, isn't it? And that's full enough to be awkward to get any power into the stroke.
Yeah. In comes Ainsworth again. So short outside off, slapped away. There is a man in extra cover who slides down, collects it, and has it back in. That is Timothy Anderson doing some fine work out there.
Quick hello to Helix, who's in the chat saying, hi Luke, hi Vinny, hope you're having a good day. Well, hello to you, Helix. Always a pleasure to see you. And I hope you guys are excited for ECL as I am. Only 5 sleeps. Also Gibraltar. It's hotting up. A week to go here. Oh, what a shot that is. He's got across and he has just paddled this one. It's gone a long distance. Maximo 6 to Kieran Ferrari.
Yeah, what an unbelievable shot this is. He steps across the offside. It's right on the stumps. Would have bowled him if he missed it. He's times that beautifully.
Going for the conversion.
Away.
Well, yeah. When I used to play cricket at school in the inter-house cricket, which wasn't. We had so many games that sometimes the staff and the umpires didn't really know the rules. We had one of the umpires who was a history teacher. He used to give that 9. He said 6 for the shot and 3 for the conversion if you could hit it through the rugby goals.
Right, full out this time and a good line as well. About 5th stump. And Ferrari unable to capitalise.
And he also used to signal 4 just by holding up 4 fingers, which I liked. And the other thing he did is he would let us practice with the new ball, because there was only one new ball allocated for the game, so we'd start bashing around and he said, yeah, we'll have a bat, knowing that we didn't have to worry about the new ball.
So that's better from Ainsworth, but right in the hitting zone. It's been hit all the way. Up and away. That is a big 6. Ferrari, last ditch effort at the moment, but he's still out there and he's still swinging.
It's a good shot. He stands and delivers. He's tried some funky stuff, but this is just a good old-fashioned straight hit. And Pai, there's a good effort from the captain, but he couldn't hunt it down. So 39 off 7. I suppose with that one, he keeps the game alive. Last ball of the 9th. He's edged and he's taken it. So Danny Guest is the one that cashes in as Ainsworth gets the reward for an over, which costs 16, but it does end with the wicket of the Pirates captain Ferrari, who goes for 27. It's 90 for 2.
Yeah, well, didn't want to see that wicket go, Ferrari, but he was out there for a time. He's had a good couple of siders now in these matches, and he'll be disappointed that he wasn't able to up the ante. Really great take by Danny Guest. Hasn't he had a great game?
Yeah, he really has. I think he'll be player of the match for me in this one. It's a little awkward one because it's climbing on him. You've got to decide which way to take it. He takes it, fingers pointing to the side.
Just keeps his eye on it the whole way. Nice. Yeah.
Healthy deflection, but credit to the Pirates skipper. He walked as soon as he nicked it. And so
Lawyer now coming out by the looks of it.
Yeah, it is. Lawyer, who it's always tough when you come out. You need more than 6 a ball. But they only need 39. That is the most expensive over we've had on the European Cricket Network. Is 39. It's hit mostly by Yasser Ali in Barcelona last year when he was playing for the Catalonia Tigers.
Yeah, he can certainly whack a few. Yasser Ali, good bowler as well. Very handy cricketer. Not surprised he was responsible for that record.
Yep. He's got a lot of runs on ECN.
Let's see if Louis Bruce has got a bit of Yasser Ali in him.
Well, I'd like to see the youngster get hold of one here. Good fellow with the ball.
Short. Goes whack, but he whacks it onto the onside, which means he's got fielders to beat. He beats one of them,
Wow.
but he cannot beat a diving Avinash Pai.
Yeah.
Flying Pai is something to behold, and he managed to slap that down and prevent the boundary. Unfortunate for Louis Bruce.
I think Ainsworth is still replaying the wicket in his head because this one has absolutely barreled past him. But how about Pai? That's just how to back up your teammate. Nice work. Just a single. Actually, 2 in the end. Pardon me. Bruce retains the strike. He's on 15.
And he goes whack again, same direction, and it's the other youngster coming around. He can't get there in time. And Louis Bruce just getting confirmation. I've got a feeling that's gone all the way.
Yeah, I think so. We'll slow this down when it hits the ground, but I think this one is the other side of the boundary. Yeah, it hits the rope. Oh, what do you think? You got that one more time? At this stage, I feel like giving Bruce 6 minutes anyway, but you see, just I thought the way the ball reacted, and they called it 6 over there. I think that's 6. I mean, I can't tell.
Looks like it's
because there's this
looks
little.
like it's about a foot. Yeah, about.
Yeah, he's giving it 6.
Yeah.
I think it's bounced on the rope.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of green between the rope and the ball, I feel. So it's 6 to Bruce. He's hitting them all leg side. I'd like to see him lift one over backward point here. But full of ball this time and a slower one. He's good enough to take it off the pads. He's not going to get a boundary though. There's Manav Nayak collects it.
So the bet versus ball wall had a margin of 18 between these two, 97 to 79. So look, it's been a bit high scoring from both teams, but the margin is reasonably close. At the moment, it's 30 between them. So yeah, interesting. We'll see what the robot thinks of tomorrow night's games. I think that'll be an interesting one to predict. Anyway, Adaloya gets a chance now at the striker's end with 3 balls remaining. The score is 99.
So short, and he just waits on it and slaps it straight down to the opposing team captain, Avinash Pai, getting himself a single.
Yeah, BK commenting that that 7th over of 32 was really important in this match, wasn't it? When you look at it,
not
everything, but it
was.
was certainly a big moment, wasn't it?
This time short and pulled away, but once again unable to breach that wall. That wall of fielders.
Credit to the Pirates though, because look, they have cracked 100 for the first time in this game. The batting's been a lot. It's been a lot more effective.
2 wickets.
Yeah, I mean, Hussain at the top of the order. Maybe that's something they'll stick with going forward to be competitive. So yeah, there has been some improvement there. Here's the last ball of the night from Goodfellow.
So this one, well, at the lawyers, hit it straight up in the air, and Avinash Pai's not going to drop this one, surely. No, he does. He has, well, he's had a ping at the stumps as well. Lucky not to give away buzzers.
Another dropped Pai.
Another dropped Pai. He is giving his absolute best tonight, and he will be not so happy with his own fielding, but very happy with his team's efforts as they round their way to the second victory of tonight. And that is fantastic work from Tariq 11.
Actually,
they have it deposited of the Pirates. They tried to storm their cove and they sent them back out to sea.
Yeah, action to the very last ball. And it's almost a pie in the face job, which isn't what you want. That's why you might as well watch to the very end. I think they didn't even take a run off that last ball, believe it or not, because they thought it was just going to be gone. So I don't think Deloya was that impressed about it. But they're going to finish 101 for 2. So yeah, it's a pretty comprehensive win for Tariq in the end as we have a look at tomorrow night's match, Calpe Giants versus Bavaria. Make sure you join us for that one from 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 5:30 in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India. It's been great to have your company. Stick around for some highlights because there were plenty of them in this one as we see Adaloya heading off the ground. But, well, they made the decision to gamble with Nadeem Hussain up the order, coming off a first ball duck. But I tell you what, he really had the Tariq fielders and bowlers in a spin in the power play.
Yeah, he sure did. He came out swinging and using that natural variation, being a left-hander. He was able to find the gap in mid-wicket around that region on more than one occasion. Avinash Pai, well, he didn't have his best night in the field with the ball or with trying to catch the ball. He faced a little bit of punishment from Hussain and also Ferrari, although it's got to be said, Ferrari seemed to be parked in the garage for a little bit too long.
He did, but no one had turned the key. That was the thing. He didn't have much of the strike. It was Hussein who kind of put the confusion rays in a bit like Samir Nayak did in the first innings, and he caused Pai to kind of lose his cool, bit firing in the bouncer. It's going to be an interesting 10 overs for Pai, and yeah, played some nice shots on the offside as well. And you know, I think even though they didn't come up with any points tonight, I think the Pirates, they're a lot better for the experience now they head into the second half of their tournament. I think they'll be eyeing off some wins in their remaining group matches.
Yeah, absolutely they will. All the better for the run, and having just that little bit of time out in the middle, Nadeem Hussein, he'll be feeling pretty confident if they leave him at the top of the order, which I feel they probably should. There were a few pieces of nice fielding there from the Tariq 11, including that beautiful return throw and lovely glove work by Daniel Guest behind stumps.
It's a big moment, wasn't it, in the game when Hussein ran himself out and just trying for just one run. It probably wasn't worth it, but he was trying to pinch the strike back. Paid the penalty. Well, Samir, not much gets past him. And that one just skated off the surface. It was hit really hard by Ferrari, who then started to turn it on in these middle to late overs.
Yeah, he certainly did. Rev the engines and start to try to find the rope, and on more than one occasion as well. Louis Bruce came out. He did his absolute best. He knew that he had to start hitting it. He almost hit a 6, but it was also almost a catch. In the end, it was just a dropped 4. And he remained out there with his skipper, who was starting to light the fireworks.
Yeah, it was exciting to watch. I mean, it was good innings, 100 plus scored. I mean, hardly any wickets in this game, just the 4. That was a nice shot, and Pai, yeah, certainly no lack of commitment. Ainsworth came up with the big wicket on Ferrari, but by then you knew that was out of sight. And Louis Bruce played some nice shots. Again, he's finding his way this level of the game. It's a great experience for him. I think at this point, you know, it seems to be in this form of the game that his bowling and fielding is probably more key, just because he's still developing those kind of, at a senior level, those kind of big shots. I mean, he's very good, but yeah, just sometimes he's been in a bit of a tangle knowing that he has to score pretty quickly. But Tariq, well, they go 4-0 and they go to the top of the table. They can be very happy with their night's work here on night 4. Let's have a look at the scenes there with the floodlights in the background as things are winding down here. 30s at the top of the order for Hussein and Ferrari, but they just weren't able to go the distance. Bruce chipping in with 23 not out, played some nice shots as well. And yeah, the 12 extras, a few more than we used to. Probably a lot to do with that 5 wides off the bounce up, but apart from that, they don't give away too many. And Tariq, we can see with the bowling, probably wasn't their best performance, but still Kelly impressed. Only 13 of his 2 overs. The wicket to the bowler went to Ainsworth, who was able to remove Ferrari caught behind. But even though they copped a bit of stick, no one really got the kind of punishment whichever you thought that the game was ever in doubt.
Yeah, and that was basically the difference, wasn't it? That there was some batters in the Tariq lineup who were able to really capitalise, turn a magic over into a supersonic over. And for the Pirates, they just weren't able to find that one explosive over that would have got them further towards the line.
Yeah, see, there was that 32 over that you see, but the overs around it were so low that it kind of averaged it out a little bit. But the result was a decent score of 128 to 121. So there's confirmation of the result here in match 8. It was Tariq 128 to the Pirates 101. Well, the bat versus ball wall predicted an 18-run win for Tariq. Turned out to be 27, so it's actually not so far off the mark. So I think the robot will still get a bit of fine-tuning, and we'll keep working on that one.
The cricket-loving robot who's sitting around there in his little laboratory, just crunching numbers.
It's actually 100 monkeys that are doing the calculations. Hey, just want to say a quick hello to everyone in the live chat, and thanks very much for joining us, to Luke, to Phil G, to everyone that's joined us as the night's gone on. Hopefully you can join us again tomorrow night, Joe, but I'll be back for my last night tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to sitting next to you for an exciting night of cricket as we see the table. You see, it's a case of the haves and the have-nots at the moment, with Bavaria and the Calpe Giants having a couple of wins. Tariq with 4, but it's the Pirates and the Sloggers. Well, it looks early on like maybe they'll be slogging it out for maybe that final spot in that 3-4 playoff. But there's still a lot of cricket to play. Again, we're not quite halfway through the group stages at this point. A lot of exciting cricket to come.
Yeah, plenty of cricket to come, and we cannot wait to bring it to you all on the European Cricket Network and, of course, YouTube and FanCode in India. I'm Joe Wagasani.
Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo.
It's been an absolute pleasure to rock and roll with you from here in the Gibraltar Rock. Central of Europe. Until next time.
Yeah, hasta mañana. We'll see you tomorrow for Cricket on ECM.
Ciao for now.